Hi everyone, welcome to another Pixels happening. This year we're joining you live from Nakkila. We are at the Sataedu Auditorium, and you can join our Discord server if you want to participate at the workshops we have prepared for you later today, or if you want to ask questions to the presenters, as there will be a Q&A section at the end of each presentation. We will be live on YouTube this time, and of course through Discord, so you're welcome to join there. You can find all links for social media and for streams at pories.fi, as well as how to join Pori Entrepreneurship Society. Today I will be your host. I'm Violeta, I'm the chairman and co-founder of Pori ES. And I am joined by Jani Grön, who is a teacher of game development at Sataedu. We have some cool speakers for you today, a bit of a different schedule from last year. So we hope you enjoy your time. Apologies for the late start, always with the technical issues. But we can jump in directly to a presentation by Nico at Psion Games. So hi, Nico.
Hello everyone. So my name is Niko Pyrhönen. I'm executive producer at Sign Games, and let's try how the screen share works. So can you stream this?
Small break.
Yep.
Now it's on.
Yes, it is looking on.
Perfect. Hopefully you can also hear the sounds, but let's see. So yeah, Sign Games is a little bit different kind of game company. So
Just a second, it seems to be blinking. Let us check with the tech guys.
Se johtuu siis PowerPointista.
Yeah.
Se täytyisi PowerPointista laittaa silleen, että se niinku presenteri ja niinku se katsoja näkisi saman. Tai jotenkin se PowerPointti, niinku siinä on, se jako ei toimi oikein PowerPointissa.
okay.
Yeah, so if you could just restart PowerPoint.
Can you see it now?
Nothing yet.
Presentation mode, then it would show probably okay. We're just in the PowerPoint window.
Okay, now it should be good. Cool.
All good.
Mä niinku laitan sen hetki.
Yes, so I think now everything is good.
Pystyt sä Discordissa puhuu vaikka, niin mä pystyn katsoa, että kuuluuko se live.
Yep.
Joo, ei.
So that is done. Can you hear me?
Katsotaan. Mä en tiedä tosiaan mihin tää niinku laittaa nyt ton äänen. Pistäs sun nyt
Testing.
noin nyt kuuluu itse asiassa. Joo, nyt kuuluu. Joo, nyt voi
Now it works.
Okay.
Now it works.
Perfect.
Excellent. Now we can begin.
So-
Go ahead, please, Nico.
Yes. So a little bit different kind of game company. We make serious games. We use science and games to change the world for the better. So we are actually specialized in life science games and educational games. And we were chosen as a health startup of the year in 2020 at I4 Pharma, which is one of the world's biggest pharmaceutical industry events. So that was cool. We also just released, 2021, we released ADHD game with Takeda, and a little bit more about that soon. And at the moment, we are pursuing a global campaign to increase COVID-19 awareness and vaccination uptake with WHO, Gavi, and UNICEF. We also do collaborations with different kind of universities, like University of Southern California, Jyväskylä University, and University of Tampere. But yeah, let's start with the gamification. So what is that? How does it work? So why games? We can really reach different kind of people with games. So everyone plays these days, and there's a lot of different kind of segments that we can reach with different kind of games. So these days you can basically reach all the audience with games, and it's really engaging games as a like marketing, as a platform for marketing, and those are also interactive. So it's really like you can really catch the attention from the player to a specific topic, and we can also measure basically everything in games much better than, for example, in the movies or any other way of entertainment or education. So it really works. So then practical example, how is it working? So first we give a player a challenge. For example, you have to kill this bacteria, and then we teach how to kill the bacteria, what is bacteria and how to kill it, and then player needs to follow the rules how to kill the bacteria, and when the player kills the bacteria, then he or she gets the reward, and with that reward it might be some new way or new enemy challenge or something like that, and then player have to start from the beginning, learning the new stuff, facing the new information, learning step by step, applying the knowledge and gaining the new feature or / new challenge. And this is like part of the core gameplay loop, and you do this without even realizing that you learn at the same time. So that's how you really can make the impact through games. So then practical example, like how do we do this? This is from hepatitis campaign that we made with GSK, big vaccine producer. So we have amazing animation that introduces the topic. We forward players to our website or game, depending where we advertise it, and then player plays the game or reads the information that is like wrapped with entertainment, and that's how you can make the change. And meanwhile, we also collect data and try to improve with everything, and the results are really good. So basically, our click-through rate is 300% more or better than like industry standard with advertisements, and people spend learning the topic for 1,000% more time. So here's the campaign trailer from GSK.
Oh, would you carry me like this for the rest of our vacation?
That's awesome.
So that's how that's how you catch the attention. And where we stand as a company is between mobile games and life science market. So there's a whole new space to discover, and there's a big potential for us. But yeah, then about the games. So first things first, our flagship production, Antidote. Yeah, it's a casual tower defense game that is happening in human immune system. So viruses and bacteria are attacking, you're defending your stem cell with your friendly cells. So when you play, you learn how the viruses and bacteria work, how the human immune system works, how your own cells works. Those are all like scientific validated stuff there. And WHO is supporting this with us. And it was chosen as a Game of the Year in Applied Science category in Finnish Game Awards 2018. And yeah, as I mentioned, we made a hepatitis campaign with GSK, which was really successful with this game. Then we also did Murit på svenska, Swedish teaching game, and actually just released big update to that. It was created with University of Jyväskylä and with teachers and students. It was really fun side production for us, for a change. It's a visual novel where you adventure in Ahvenanmaa, East Åland, and then the like east coast of Finland, west coast of Finland. So road trip there. Then let's see our full ADHD game. So yeah, Full ADHD is a visual novel based on ADHD life. The story is made with real life experience of ADHD. So we made the game with ADHD Union of Finland. And the game mechanic is based on Brown's theoretical model of executive functions. So basically, it splits ADHD symptoms in 6 different categories. And then you have to balance with those and make decisions through games. And when you play, you learn in theory how ADHD works and how does it affect your life. And it also includes, of course, wide in-game ADHD information library. And as said, it's made with Takeda Finland and expert psychiatrists and the Union. And it also won Medical Information Act of the Year award by Finnish pharma industry, and it's now also recommended for professional use. So they are bringing that to clinics in Finland. So that's cool. And also the day before yesterday, it also won Finnish Game Awards Serious Game of the Year award. So that was amazing.
That's
Then
awesome.
about antidote COVID-19. So antidote COVID-19 is basically a spin-off from original antidote. It's also a casualty defense game in human immune system, but now we also have vaccines and campaign built around COVID-19. The game is made with WHO, and it's at the moment only one in the world and the first in the world COVID-19 game approved by Google and Apple. So everything else are forbidden at the moment at Google Play and App Store. We are also doing research with University of Southern California and Jyväskylä University and Tampere University regarding the effects of the game, understanding of vaccination and COVID-19 awareness. And at the moment, as I said, the game is made with WHO, and we are preparing the big campaign with them. There's also multiple other big partners that are working with us with antidote COVID-19. Then let's see the campaign trailer.
Still spreading.
The world is suffering. A deadly virus is stealthily spreading around the world, killing our friends and loved ones.
Can't you see? This concerns you too. We can still stop it, but only if you help us.
But I don't know how!
Find the facts, vaccinate, and spread the word. We need you to become a shield against this virus.
So yeah, that was the campaign trailer. And who are we actually? The people behind the games. We have now at the moment I think we have 10 full-time workers and then a lot of part-time workers, and we have people from different kind of backgrounds. So in our advisor team we have executive people from pharmaceutical industry and from game industry, and who are helping us to get the deals and make the games and really be the best developers to make these games. And yeah, a lot of industry experience behind. So that's basically Cyan Games in a nutshell.
Thank you so
then
much.
Questions.
Thank you. It's so amazing to see, and congratulations again on winning the Best Applied game. It's somewhat of your specialty, so it's really cool to see
Thank you very much.
Finland being the cutting edge in this kind of technology. So that's really, really cool.
I also like to say that I work for the City Hospital of Pori within healthcare and gamification, and especially games that raise awareness towards health and making healthier decisions. They are extremely needed to reach younger audiences and also to explain complicated and sometimes not very pleasant concepts to people in a very positive way. So I think both of these games are fantastic, and if it's okay, I would like to take also that presentation to our next meeting at the hospital and show it to them as well, because I think it will be very interesting.
Definitely.
And yeah, also congratulations. I would like to ask what comes next. Of course, now COVID is still ongoing; it hasn't gone anywhere. But you've already made the awareness for it. So what comes next? What are you targeting at? What is the next big issue you'd like to solve?
Yeah, so definitely we are pushing the campaign of antidote COVID-19 with WHO. That will take a lot of time. But then we are also scaling full ADHD, most likely globally, but it's really slow working with pharmaceutical industry, so it will take time. And also we are investigating, researching about possibilities to diagnose through games. So that's the big thing that we are pushing in the future.
That sounds amazing. Thank you so much. We don't have yet any questions in the chat. Would anyone here like to ask anything? No questions at this point. Jenny, anything?
Well, nothing really comes to mind. Perhaps there would be time to talk about IGDA if we have a moment of that time. Can you tell us a little bit more about IGDA? So that would
Yes.
be really interesting to hear.
Yeah, what are you guys
My
up to? Last year you had a really nice double presentation on both days, and that was fantastic. But you want to keep us up to date? What are you up to? What are the plans for this year?
Yeah, I have a presentation to share. Can you see this? Most likely not. I will
Not yet.
reshare my screen. Yeah.
And I think we have a stream frozen.
Yes, one moment.
Can you see this now?
One moment, please.
Sä voit niinku jakaa, tai niinku ohjeistaa, että voi jakaa.
Can you see this?
Sorry.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
visible.
All good?
Nyt voi jakaa, joo, se näkyy.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Perfect. And you can also hear me?
Yes. All good.
Perfect. So let's begin.
Also,
Um,
out of the stage channel again.
All right. So, what is IGDA? We are a global network of collaborative communities and individuals from all fields of game development, including programmers, producers, designers, and artists, writers, business people, quality assuring team members, localization experts, and everyone else who are participate in game development process. For example, at Prime Games, we have also pharmaceutical industry experts, including these. We bring together developers over 150 local chapters and global special interest groups to improve their lives and their craft. And it's pretty cool that we have 14 hubs in Finland, so that's amazing. So what's included in IGDA? We offer a range of membership tiers to suit your circumstances, including special rates and developers from emerging markets and students. Then there's also IGDA community. We do together all kind of stuff in different places. We have Discord servers and mentorship programs and so on. But for me, I think the biggest thing is still all the events that we organize. So in Finland, we have 14 hubs. We organize monthly events around in Finland where developers or industry people can just gather and start thinking and share experiences and like create together and share knowledge. And we also partnership with event organizers, so there's also benefits for our members. But that doesn't mean that our events are only for members. Those are like open for all, so you should really participate those if you are if you try to get in the industry and want to learn more. Then we share also resources for the companies and individuals, as seen, and then we have career center that can help you to get the job from the industry and find the right people for your company. So yeah, for individual members, we offer those exclusive discounts and like organize those events and sponsor and help like local hubs to organize things. For studios, we offer the memberships as well. So if you are a studio and want to be part of the community, you can be a studio affiliate and get all your studio people as IGDA members, and they can also enjoy the benefits of IGDA. And same goes with the schools. Really good way to get students to industry. So around the world, we have regional chapters in IGDA, and at Finland, it's IGDA Finland, and under IGDA Finland, there are those 14 different hubs. Then we have the special interest groups, for example, if you are really into art or AAA games or anything that you are really like into at your job, you can find your like similar kind of people who are facing the same kind of situations in work life. You can network with them and then like develop together. And also there's a global mentorship program. So there's a lot of people who want to share their knowledge to junior or even not even junior, like just for example, if you want to start a company, there's a lot of like entrepreneurs who want to share their knowledge and help you to avoid those classical mistakes. And that's like really good, a good way to learn yourself as well. So if you help others, you learn at the same time then. And as I said, 14 hubs in Finland, and they can do whatever they want basically. It's really up to the local people what they want to do with the hub and what kind of events they want to organize. So it's really like individual cells. And also IGDA Future, we take care of people under 18 as well. So we try to help them to get in the industry as well. And then we organize also leadership days for the industry leaders or becoming leaders. That's yearly event. So in a nutshell, we can help you networking into game industry, and that means that you like it's much more easier to get your first job from the industry, for example, if you know people, and you also learn when you meet the people, and they can really help you with your challenges. And we organize those events. There you can learn about the industry and of course meet the people who can help you. And then we support individuals and teams that are part of IGDA, mostly through networks, since it's global. And yeah, we have done this in 29 years, so long time. So that's basically IGDA. Then a few words from my side, like what IGDA has offered me, because I think that's like general information about IGDA, but nothing like really practical. So for me, example, I studied at Jyväskylä. I went to my first IGDA event in 2016 when we were making game as a part of the studies in Jyväskylä University of Applied Sciences, and went there to like showcase my game and met my first people of like IGDA, and they really helped us to get like start negotiations with publishers to get the game out, and like really helped us to network and improve the game. And it was really fun, and the people were like super friendly and offered their help. And I started volunteering to the events, and a few years later, I was the like vice president of IGDA Jyväskylä /EXPA, and we started GGN Game Center there, where all the like local game companies and digital service companies with University of Applied Sciences and the city of Jyväskylä, and that was a long time dream of Expo Jyväskylä to have that kind of place, and we did that there, and it was, and it's still really good thing and growing, and like super cool that it was possible for Jyväskylä to have place where all the developers and people can gather up, and actually we organize those events there, the IGDA events there as well. But after that I moved to Helsinki, and I'm like the vice member of EXPA, but now I'm also like part of the board of IGDA Finland, helping those 14 hubs around Finland to like organize events and do cool things and like get to know each other and do events together with other hubs of Finland, and it's really fun. The community has given me so much, and also it has given me a chance to land a job from the game industry, straight. I got my bachelor's, the research thing. I did it. I found the client from the IGDA Finland event, and also Giant Games. I met there Olli first time, the CEO of Giant Games, and I got the job like that. And I have got to like different kind of events through IGDA, and it's like the networks are really the key to game industry. So make sure that you are active there if you want to be part of the industry. So highly recommending.
Yes, I fully agree with Nico. Like we are like long time buddies from Jyväskylä also. So yeah, been in the same circles. Like I 100% agree. Like IGDA is like the best place if you're a student. Like you should already be a member, be as fast as possible, go there, go all the events, and yeah. So we have also a hub in Pori. So we have one meeting coming up in 2 weeks, Wednesday, 5 p.m. at Crazy Town. So that's like a short plug also to be there, and yeah, it's really cool. Like IGDA is doing so much help for the game industry because connections are vital, networking is super important, and you have to stand out from all the people who want to make it in the industry. So IGDA helps with all these things, especially for students and people trying to make it in the industry. So I fully agree with Nico. It's a great thing that we have such a good volunteer like organization, non-profit organization to help out with the industry. I think it's absolutely wonderful.
And we met through IGDA as well, because I found about, while I was still studying physiotherapy at SAMK, I found about some event with an illustrator coming to present at Crazy Town Pori. So I thought, well, I have the evening free and this involves games, so I thought, well, why not? Let's see who's there. And I learned about IGDA through there. Then a bit later, when I started to figure out that okay, I definitely want to go into the esports direction, I want to get involved with games, I got involved with Pori ES. And I thought, okay, what kind of event is still missing? What kind of industry we haven't checked yet within Satakunta? And it turns out that game development is a really big part of Satakunta. It's just nobody talks about it. It's very active, just most people don't know about it. So that's how the first connection happened, that I messaged you and I said, well, let's make an event about games because we've covered everything else and nobody talks about games and it's fun, so let's do it. And that's how Pixels 1 happened last year, like Your Future in Pixels. And that very quickly exploded from, yeah, let's do a little bit of a get together and a couple presenters into a full-on 2 days event and being streamed at Puuvilla. So if anything, we're scaling down for this year. But last year was crazy because we had so much positive feedback. that we definitely, right after the event, we thought we have to do this again. And just yesterday when setting things up, we thought we have to do this again next year as well. So there will be
Yes.
Pixel 3 coming. Spoiler
Yep.
for next year's plans. It will happen again. Because I think it is such an active industry that it has so much potential, and if we can help boost the signal a little bit, and of course IGDA has been of huge help to Pori is trying to reach out to people. Some of our members got work within the industry after the last year's event. Other members said that they got contacts within the industry and have since moved to Finland because of it. So it's
Nice.
fantastic. It's really good news, and the more people we can get into the game development industry, and the more talent can get in touch with companies, the better it is. And I think it's fantastic. So
Indeed.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. And can we keep you on call for like next year again?
Yeah, most likely. And want to add that I don't know any IGDA volunteer that haven't landed a job from the game industry. So if you want to have a job from the game industry, or at least make it much easier, you should volunteer. It's
Yes.
also a really great way to get new friends from the industry and like-minded people. All the game industry people are still working for their passion and following their dreams, so that's really good.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much once again. It is always a pleasure to have IGDA, and it was absolutely wonderful that you presented Scion Games. I would like to definitely keep in touch for pushing that forward to the local hospital, because I think it is very much valuable to be presented there as well, as interest towards gamification is very slowly but surely growing. So
Yeah.
yes, thank you so much, and
Thank you, Nico.
enjoy the
My
rest of the
pleasure.
program.
This was great.
Yes, and we are going to take a small break to set up our next speaker. So we'll be back shortly.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
link. Are we in the connection with in here in the Discords? So I can
Hi, and welcome back. Uh, our next guest is going to be Aleksi Höylä from the School of Gaming, joining us from Helsinki, and he's going to talk to us about what is the School of Gaming and tell us more about how to learn by gaming and use games as an educational tool. This is the first out of 2 workshops for the day. And if you are interested in the materials, they will be provided also on our Discord server. Again, we are currently live at Sataidu Nakkila, and you can find us through the stream on YouTube, and you can ask questions to our guests via Discord and also via the YouTube chat. So, hi and welcome, Aleksi. Thank you for
Welcome.
joining.
Hi, welcome and thank you for asking us to join. Yeah, hey everybody, I'm Aleksi Höylä. In game world, I'm called Kala, and in School of Gaming, I'm the head of coordinating of game education. And yeah, I'm showing you briefly what is game education or game-based learning or educational games. But I think first I have to somehow tell you what is what is School of Gaming, because I think quite many doesn't know what it is. So School of Gaming, we are a I think this is in Finnish, my text. So as I try to translate in run on the go, we are in Finland. Yhteiskunnallinen, what is yhteiskunnallinen in English? Vaikuttavuusyritys. Nice. Why did I write this in English? Suomalainen yhteiskunnallinen vaikuttavuusyritys. So our main point of doing is to total blackout.
Influence?
What is it? Influence? Yes. I think I can gain some help from our English description. The coolest school in the world. Online school that teaches children various academic, professional, and social skills by using Minecraft, Roblox, and other games and tools. All this information you can also find straight in our webpage. And the word that I was trying to find is that the main idea why I'm speaking here is that we are the focus of School of Gaming is influencing of learning, influencing of how do you think about world and help, well, in short, making the internet better place, getting the toxicity out of communications and teach kids how to behave in the world and use nowadays skills. In short, in the core of the School of Gaming, we have the ideas of who we are as people, suhde and like your meaning for yourself, your meaning for each others, what others mean to you, your relationship to the world, and your relationship to the gaming and the technology. And from this already, I think you gain the idea that our focus is how people perceive world and work together, do stuff together. Yeah, that was quite short introduction. What is School of Gaming? Especially if you have questions, send the questions. I will answer more detailed for the questions because, well, School of Gaming is big. We have toimintaa. Why my words are today all totally lost? I'm very sorry for this, but we'll manage to go on with that. We have actions all around the world. We have stuff going on in South America, North America, throughout the Europe, opening into the Asia also, and but we are pointed in Finland, and actually our physical spot is in Oulu, northern of the Finland, but still we are working all around Finland. And what we do, what is the work that we do? Well, we teach that as I show it. What is wrong with my English? Show it you. We are the coolest school in the world, so we are keeping after school clubs and also teaching teachers how to use games in school and yeah, we are holding the information, sharing the information on how to use games as educational tool for teachers, for game designers, for educators. And one example, one idea how we do it, example was the clubs, after school clubs. We have a coding clubs where we teach children how to code, example using Minecraft Education Edition. At the moment I'm running and creating Roblox clubs where we use example Roblox Studio to create clothing, learn about social behavior on online, a little bit of coding also with the Lua, but more into Minecraft. We teach media stuff. We teach about streaming to the YouTube, the age restrictions. We teach how to use Photoshop photographs. And for the media also, we are the School of Gaming. Even though if we use normal media tools, we all the time try to do it through the gaming. What part of it is gaming and what part of it is learning, and more about that later with this workshop. And also one type of clubs we do is the story fight part. Like we have a lot of clubs that are focused in some kind of story, and if there is a story, then the learning part is more about digital citizenship and virtual safety, virtual behavior kind of stuff. And also the one that everybody asks, we are running esports clubs, teaching children what is esports, what is playing as a job, what is focusing, playing as a job. And for that, also the same different games run through. Like there is Fortnite, there is Minecraft, there is esports and Roblox also. More about School of Gaming, we are a huge community. At the moment, there is more than 200 people all around the world working for us and working as us. School of Gaming is not the like one company that does everything, but we are the roof, like umbrella organization that makes it possible to do these things. We educate game educators, which is a thing if that was already asked that, hey, do you, what is the, oh, my English today is not working at all. Työnhaku in English.
Job search, finding a job, and it is okay. It is basic Friday
yes.
when it comes to the English, so it's fine.
Yes.
Or like job hunting.
Yeah, true. Job finding. So that was asked that do we have open jobs? We don't have open jobs in the like School of Gaming core. We run this setup, but we educate game educators. So we have our own educational pipeline to share what is game education, how to use these tools as a game education, and yeah, you can find more information about that in the School of Gaming's webpage.
Can you pause for just 1 second? We're gonna
Yes.
do a very quick restart of the stream because it seems like your camera has frozen.
My camera has frozen.
So we'll do a small restart on our part.
Is every
We can hear it, but we are now again back. So
okay?
yeah, so basically, if anybody has any questions about the School of Gaming, you can find that on you can find information on their website. Assuming people can get in touch with you as well if they're interested
Yes.
to know more about it. And all the info, links, and materials will be shared with our audience through Discord and also on social media. So keep an eye on in the next few days if you happen to need to go at some point, or if you miss something, or if you feel like it's too much information, everything will be provided afterwards, so no worries
Yes.
about it. Um, and now the cameras are working and the presentation is working, so I could
Yes.
maybe ask a couple questions before we move on to the workshop part.
Yeah.
Could you quickly say what is the difference of game education? You mentioned that you work all over the world, so what is the
Yeah.
difference of game education that you've noticed around the world, and kind of along the lines of how does Finnish educational system adopt the education through gaming, as it has been considered as the best education in the world for the
Yes.
last couple of years. So could you say maybe about the differences that you have noticed? Who has maybe been more eager to adopt? Who has been more reserved towards education through gaming? That would be very interesting to know.
Mm, I don't have quite like short answer because my experience when I've been the schools that have ordered us to teach like game-based education, and the teachers who are there are the main idea is that everybody's very interested, and after we teach how to use game example Minecraft Education Edition, the school takes the program on the use, and as a follow question when we ask that, hey, is it working, they are using it. So there is no like further questions, because also example in on the this platform Minecraft Education Edition, there is very good community behind it, and I think Finnish educators take use on it. So also when in Finnish, also the mentality of how in Finnish schools teachers are teaching, it's already there is many things that are similar in the principles of game-based education, game-based learning. Taking example, the focus of making the learner in doing the focus. So the children can by themselves find out the solutions, which is one of the basic things in the game-based education. And yeah, I hope that answered some of the question.
Yes, and we
thank
have
you.
a little bit of a photo op going on around. There
Yeah.
are people trying to
Nice.
crawl around. If you wonder like what's with all the
Yeah,
smiling
I was
and grinning
thinking,
and people sneaking around. So to
I
everyone
think
else who's
also
listening, that is our IT wizard, Krista, trying to catch a couple of snaps.
good.
And we do have a photographer on location who can say hi
Nice.
at any point if he wants to.
I will put this
But yes, that definitely
Warén
answered, and
logo to the screen.
I do think that Finnish education is definitely on the more advanced towards adopting technology and introducing gaming. And the other question I have is what is, in your opinion, the need for esports education as part of the, or in a way, tutored coaching for after-school activities? Because you mentioned that that is also something that
There
School
is
of Gaming
none.
provides.
What is the need? Having it. Whoa. Children are starting playing it and thinking that, hey, they will be the next winners in the next games and win millions. No, it's hard work. Or they think that, hey, I will play whole night long. I will only play, play, play. That is the esports. No. There is, you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to drink, you have to go school, you have to do exercise. And those, like, let's start from the bottom. There is no like uh, maalaisjärki to understand what's going on. So all the organizations who are running the understanding of esports to the kids, you are doing a great job. And all of you who single persons who are not part of any organization who want to share the same information, you can call yourself pelikasvattaja, game educator. If you want to do it as a job, hey, well, welcome, we can teach you. And there is many organizations who are coming to the this field of professionality. There is free groups, like example, I can like advertising for somebody else, pelikasvattajien verkosto, like for you who is doing a very good job, Pelimiitti who is doing very good job, and that kind of organizations that are running the understanding and like behavior knowledge, not only the teaching and the school kind of game-based learning and education, but like the education that we like how you live your life. What is gaming? How is gaming part of your life? And it's not teaching in any school except for us.
That is fantastic, and I definitely feel the passion as I'm a physiotherapist and I also work as a physical performance coach with esports teams. And
Yes.
typically the main things that we start from are really baseline. Uh, you actually need to take care of your sleep, you need to take care of your food, and you need to exercise. My thesis was on injury prevention for carpal tunnel syndrome in esports. So uh, there are precautions that can be done for
Yes.
those who actually want to keep playing on the next season and the next season.
Yes. Yes. Who want to join? Keep there. Yeah.
And work on sustainability. So that is
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's a handy subject.
Very handy subject.
First
Yeah.
one of the stream.
It is Friday. I think we are allowed a couple of lapses, so that's okay. So would you like to tell us how to use games as an educational tool, how to learn by gaming,
Yeah.
and have the workshop?
Yeah, I'll have the workshop. Let's see if there is somebody who can join me on the workshop. If not, then I'll just go my own on my own, and you can follow and try the techniques yourself. But the thing that I was asked here was that tools, what we use on game education, and why anybody should care, because there is educational games, there is Minecraft education, everybody knows that, and many people know gamification, many people know game-based learning, but like what have we found? We have been established like 2020 when Corona started and everything needed to go to online. So we found ways to do these things, teaching online, and especially teaching with the games, and the mentality that the games are already there. The teaching is already there. We don't have to build it or invent it again, but it's the changing of the mentality. We are gamers, we know the games by heart, and we know the things that you can learn from the games, but it's not written anywhere. So, yeah, let's go deeper on that subject. And sorry, I'm in the webcam. I'm seeing you are there, so I'm speaking to next screen. Sorry.
We see you
So,
here,
yes.
we see you there, and we see you up there as well.
Oh,
Reflected in the hall of mirrors.
Yes.
the
And
audience
I
sees
think-
me.
I think you can start with the content, and then if somebody wants to
Yes.
join in, that's okay. But I think it
Yeah.
is also possible to just put it during the school days
Yes.
and have the kids really work through it and maybe translate it in Finnish if needed. We
No,
can
I
get
didn't
that
understand,
part
but,
done. That's okay.
yes. Let's go.
But you can
let's go
start on the
forward
content.
Part by part.
Yes.
Let's start going through because, well, what I suggest that there is a lot of games that educate and educational games, and this is good thing. Many game industries has noticed
No need to.
like 5 years ago that hey, there is growing need of making games that educate. Yes, that's a nice thing. But it's also that if you are new to the game industry, that you think, should I make educational game? Yeah, you can, but there is already quite many. So there is also, and here is few examples that we also use in our like educational, and I just share this like Duolingo. Many people know for game for learning languages. Kahoot, it's not a game for separate, just a game. It's more like a method of using games like multiple questions, Second Life, living in the game, Kartik Phone, funny party game that can be used for the communication. What is fun? What is not fun? Like for the children, especially. Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, Overwatch. Those are the main games that we use. And I've also separated the Minecraft educational edition, which is the same thing as the Minecraft. But yeah, I don't remember what I was thinking with this, except the idea that it was the educational games. So the games as educational platform, learn, and here we go deeper. Games are motivating. I remember this nice look that the Xion game showed, that the games are already interesting and has the loop to bring the player inside. And there is one thing that the game doesn't tell it for the gamer straight on, but is understood by us who play game all along for a long time. Modding, going forward, taking the game as your own, giving your mark on the game, and here it starts getting like interesting. You can play any game in the world and have this idea used in there. And this is also mentality that game designer can use in their game, having the understanding that the player can somehow projisoida, be in the game, do something that makes the game feel for themselves. And there is already good tools making your character look out, make your own home, the kind of like basic ways of doing it. And here's just also showing up that, okay, if I say that we use Roblox as a game, that is quite wrong answer because there is a lot of games in a Roblox. If we use online games, we play on browser games. It's also wrong. There is a lot of browser games, and all of them can teach you something different. Farming, example. Fortnite. Everybody thinks that it's just shooting, it's just building. Same thing. It's almost like Roblox nowadays. There is different modded games that you can go to the ancient pyramids and think about the history of pyramids and include the teaching in the game that already the children are playing. And also Fortnite is good for the basic esports because children want to play the Fortnite. Minecraft, hey Angry Birds, you get Rovio, you get some screen time. I cannot even start from sharing the understanding that there is a lot of ready-made worlds. Nobody needs to create any new teaching, but understand that if you play, example, the Angry Birds game, there is already many pedagogical elements happening in the gaming experience. If somebody knows Krunker.io, free online game for CSGO type of shooting game, but it also has the same thing. Modding. The players can create their own games. Oh, what kind of game they should make? Hey, let's Google up and so having the gamers' own motivation to make it themselves is one good step for learning by gaming or game-based learning. The thing that I'm speaking and what School of Gaming is bringing to the table is understanding that the gamification and game-based learning, they are separate things. Like the idea is that the gamification is having gamified elements in example learning teaching, and that is where example schools go a little bit to the wrong track, because even though if we put posters on the wall and get the sticker that says that yay you get a badge, it's not enough. It's not a game. It's just teacher making funny gamified winning path or going through the theory. And game-based learning, if it's just that hey let's play a game and you will learn there and that's it, well, it works also for some form, but the best thing is to have those both of them on the same plate, like learning by the gaming, learning from the games that already exist, and the main point for the educator, finding the viewpoint. If you have something that you want to teach, what is the game that teaches that? If there is game that the child wants to play, how can you? What are the things that that specific game teaches, and how they can be taught? So here is one example. So the workshop part. The idea was if there is many people, now there seems to be a little people, I will open up an online environment where you can join if you want and follow up with me. And idea, this is the most basic like club content that we use when we start a club. And the idea is for everybody to put your mark to the world, being seen by somebody else, understanding that you're not alone playing the game. You have how do you interact with each other? And the task is to answer a question. My dream game is. The mission is to build some kind of representation of it, and where it happens this time in Roblox because I would use Minecraft for this kind of purpose, but uh, everybody needs to install it. You don't need to install Roblox in the sense. You join this exercise. You need to demo effective. I already clicked the link that opens the game, and I should share you the link, not open the link. There, copy link. Nice. And I will share it in the Discord. You said that there is the general channel that is for everybody. There you go. By clicking that link, you will be pulled straight to the same experience with me. And I will also share it in the YouTube stream. There is something there. But share. And nice. On the stream screen, there should be seen my game, but at the moment it says show. Oh yeah, it started. It's a little bit late. No.
Oh, it's the green color.
Hello. This is the familiar way of interacting for the children in the gaming world, but for adults, this might be like, oh, what's happening? But this is the totally same kind of environment as in Roblox. So we are in the empty
One
world.
little comment.
And
yeah. Because of the Roblox has the green baseline.
Oh,
it also matches with the green in the stream. So now it's working fine. But at the beginning, it had the pixels background as your grass area.
It was a feature.
Yeah, that was a new
feature.
Was a feature,
Yes.
We already applied the tips you mentioned to make it our own.
Nice, but yeah.
All good now.
Oh, it's good now. Okay. Oh, I saw now it came to the moment that it was fixed. Yes, if you press the link, you will join here. You will be same kind of character, and you can edit the area as the same way as I can. So back to the idea, you can join middle of the flow that I'm doing. You can join also by with mobile phone. You can join with computer. You can join with. I think is the game is also on Xbox. You can join with PlayStation. I think. So what I mean by listing out what you can join with is the idea that this is for everybody. This is as easy as we can get the joining experience be. So there is no logging, and if you never have opened Roblox, it will ask you to create a account. You can just type in and then it will ask you to install the game. It only installs the game player. It doesn't install millions of games. It's only the player to see the game that is running at the moment. Yes, back to the task that we are on. So the quest, the activity is to create a presentation or some kind of installation of my dream game is. We are already using that kind of environment that is inspiring for the kids. They want to try it out. They want to run to the edge and try what happens when they drop. They want to build funny buildings. I'm not building a, well, you can think what I could build there. They are showing tricks for each other. It doesn't matter are they focusing on this topic that we are at the moment on. I have already also something else designed for this topic, but this is the thing that we are together trying to achieve. I go that kind of thought process that okay, I have nothing there. What should I do for my dream game? I can take as idea of dream game. It will be something that represents some game that is already familiar for me. And as for example, I'm interested that hey, I want to make Minecraft this game. But I'm not sure what kind of Minecraft game I do. As a teacher, if somebody is just standing still, they don't know what to do, I can give them idea that hey, look for reference. And I have to ask from the stream people who are running the stream, is it okay for me to Google online? Because there will be Google pictures that are not, what is it called? Not meant for stream. Minecraft pictures. Is it okay to Google Minecraft?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Let's do it that way. That you know that next thing is that I'm going Googling. I will show you this.
If it's only Minecraft
kind of
pictures, it's
picture.
okay. But if something else comes
Yes.
up as well, then maybe not.
Only Minecraft pictures, but because Google is unpredictable, there might be something else. So at the moment, I'm Googling the Minecraft
It works now.
for like idea that okay, I want to somehow represent Minecraft and I don't know what to do, and then I see example in the Google something interesting, on the Wikipedia something interesting. This same exercise can be changed for the example historical events. You can select that hey, let's build a ancient creek, and you can Google together. Use the internet, use the technology that is already in the hand, and the children are already interested. They are going to play the Roblox, to play the Minecraft for this purpose. So they are interested on modding the game, finding out how to mod the game. I find the nice picture of creeper, and I think, hey, I can do that, and that is, yeah, I can do that. So let's make a creeper face. I will check up how much time do I have, because am I just telling what I'm doing or am I
About
really doing it?
10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes, and that I was thinking on the, yes, I will fast forward time to that spot that I already have. Yeah, I will build a very, very simple creeper. So I have something to show on the next. I think this is my creeper. Yay!
Very scary.
Yes.
This is very scary. I can already hear the sound coming from it. It looks me.
It's always
It
a
looks
blast.
stares in my soul. So we give the time to build, to think together what would be the thing that they would find and do. There is time for the doing thing, Googling, rolling the stone. The main thing that as an educator I could do when there is another people here, ask example, oh, you found this kind of thing. What is it in real life? You want to make a gun. Is it okay in real life? Okay, that's nice. You understand what you mean by the gun. Emotions. You don't want to do. You feel you are unfamiliar with building. You are building badly. Hey, look at my building. Is this better? So finding words for the feelings that the gaming gives you. Security is is that okay? Somebody starts to build something not appropriate. Is that okay? Asking from the children and like reflecting what's happening and finding the words what's really happening, helping to inspire, ask what they are doing, and get excited, help guide for more information. And this is what I kind of did for myself by googling what it could be. What is your favorite game? Google it. What it looks like. That's nice. Let's do that. And the end. Now we have all built what we do. I give a few seconds to finish the work. I think I'm totally fine with my work and I'm ready. Spotlight. Give meaning. When we're doing something on the games, I already noticed that it was the nice pseudo games showing the reward. So if there is not included written reward in the exercise that we are doing, reward itself is already being noticed. Taking the small spot of focus and going through all the participants that here at the moment in the world it's only me. But anyway, going through the participants, see their artwork, what they did, and discuss it together. What is this? What it means? Why did you do this? Why did you select this? It already is a situation for reflection, for the decision making. Where did you find that information? What kind of information was lost during this process? And so on. Spotlight, give meaning, spotlight, give meaning. It was the same idea of going everybody through, and when everybody has done their gone through, it's good to bring it somehow together. There arises some discussions and ideas of how it made people feel or think about the idea. In this scenario, when there is no other people with me at the moment, my secret agenda for this that should rise up on the discussion in the last part, teamwork and communication, because
we actually have one person who is trying to submit something. But is it
demo effect?
Mä en pääse siihen, kun se vaatii asentamisen, niin se ei pääse, niin mä en pääse sitä.
Yeah, it's not uploading, but there was someone trying to actually submit something. But we can move on, but you were not alone.
Yes. I was not alone. Thank you for anybody, the person who was with me online, because being online, being together in the world, that's somehow very magical. And for the kids also, it's very motivating doing together, building block by block together something, and especially if it's from the teacher, there comes some meaning, what you're trying to do. Together Google the stuff, which one is Googling, which one is building, what do we build, cooperate the whole process. It's not easy. And it doesn't mind what is the ending. We are not interested in the ending. That's not interesting, the two blocks, but the process, how did I get to that ending, and that is the next thing. The learning happens, this thing that here is pointed, change in understanding and attitude with the reward. This line here needs a spot that reads reflecting, or what is the word that I did? Reflection, yeah. Like learning happens when you in the games there is a lot of things to learn. You can play Assassin's Creed Odyssey and go through the ancient what is there in the ancient Greek, and sail with the boats and find out the history. But you are not at the moment. You are consuming the experience, consuming the information, but it doesn't like manifest in learning unless somebody asks what happened, and you have to stop and think. Oh my! I just walked past that and that dude. I just killed Caesar. Who is Caesar? Do you know who you did kill? So all those small informations are inside the experiences already. But if you just consume the experience as it is, well, that's okay. That's why the games are created in the first place. So this is the most important thing to ask from yourself or ask from the kids, and tell for the parents to ask from the kids. What did we do? Why did we do it? Should something have gone differently? Should have looked up different information? Did you do something new? What did you enjoy the most? Because linking it with an emotion links it to the helps brain to understand that, hey, this has some meaning for this information. And I was already listing up. My time ran out, but I was linking on the idea that what if somebody's misbehaving and somebody's having a bad day, or because in gaming there is so many ways to approach things. But even from the frustration, from the hacking, exploiting, modifying, the person who does it needs to find out how to do it, needs to understand what they are doing. So that's already learning. And yeah, I think that's also quite nice ending like sentence on that. Everything you do in the gaming is learning, but do you understand that you learned something? And as an educator, do you understand what possibilities lies beyond the name of game X? Insert here.
Yeah, that's super interesting, like bridging the gap between the silent information that you get and then
Yes.
actually recognizing and articulating what you actually did learn. So that's super interesting
Yeah.
and important. Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you.
Actually, one good connection point for quite many, I think, who are the old World of Warcraft players and have been running guilds or being part of guild. All the experiences that you had in those guild actions, arranging nighttime raids or stuff, they are all you have learned. You have been working since you were little on that kind of group management roles or leading roles or whatever. But nobody ever asked you, what did you do? Did you understand?
And now there
Sorry.
would be like excellent managers in this lockdown era of like teams. It's like Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should petition for World of Warcraft.
Former guild leaders, like
Yeah, guild
requirements
leader.
for this job
To-
management
yeah, to
position.
be
Yeah.
to be accepted as a valid experience in leadership. Because if you think of it, like old school raids or even in classic, how many managers nowadays get to manage a team of 40 people that all need to show up at the same time, do their
Yes.
job, know what their job is,
Free.
and make
the
sure
free
that they
time.
actually execute it. Like it's not a small task. So I am fully for accepting that as a very much valid leadership experience, or being a guild officer or raid leader or any kind of support in that way that you have to manage teams. I think it's
Yeah.
Yeah, like you should have like a slogan. Do you even raid? Hardcore applicants only.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then submit what is your rank, because yeah, one of my classmates is here now, and she was during school times. I managed to get fifth in Europe, like rank fifth DPS shaman in Europe, and I was so excited and I was so stoked, and I got the rank, and I went to school the next day, and I was just so stoked about it, and everyone's like, what is wrong with you? And then I couldn't say anything because they're just gonna be blinking at me and be like, you what? In where? Is that a game? Why does that matter? So I think that should be petitioned to be accepted as a valid experience. I think the workshop was wonderful. Too bad we couldn't see the creation that was about to be submitted. I do have one question. You mentioned parents in the discussion with the kids, and I think, at least from what I've seen, during my work with school-aged kids as a physiotherapist is that especially during the pandemic there is a huge issue that parents have this very negative overlook towards gaming, that they feel like all their kids do is just play video games. They go to school or they learn things at home in remote setting, and then all they do is they play on the side, and the parents don't understand it. They get very angry because they see it as this very negative thing. So then we
Yes.
have to start the conversation that where is that healthy line, like just things that you do learn from games, that it's not just a waste
Yes.
of time, that there are things you can learn and it is social, but also to teach them about there is a line at which it becomes a very unhealthy hobby
Yes.
when it takes over everything else. So how do you get
As every
parents to
other
get on
hobby,
board?
as every other hobby, everything is very good on like right positions, but anything if it's the main thing in your life, then well, then it needs to be your main thing in your life. But if it comes on top in the front of your like well-being, then that's not good for any hobby if it's before your well-being. Like you can also wander around in the outside like partio and never eat. Go just to the forest. Well, you can eat the leaves, I think. But yeah, the same idea. Except for the games, it's like the bad thing is that it has become so big, and the main idea of the game companies is to keep the children playing. But that doesn't mean that it keeps the children playing, but it means that the people doesn't have understanding of what is retention, what is those loot boxes, what is in-game money, what is like social linking, like when you play a game and you play it social with your friends, you don't want to end it because your friends are there, like the kind of hooks that can be used to keep players coming back. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly. And
yeah.
I think that goes more into the parents will be very quick to forbid the kids from playing. Okay, like you cannot play Fortnite anymore. And then it's the exclusion factor. Well, if all of your friends and classmates are playing Fortnite and you're the one excluded, and I did have one patient like that, that the child was he was given the Fortnite books to read, but he was not allowed to play Fortnite, and it was horrible. And like, why would you put your child into that position? Like, it's not right. So then it's the conversation of where is the golden middle, that no, this is not all bad, but you should be participating and you should be supporting as you are with any other hobbies, that you take your kids
and
to other hobbies, so you are participating there. Why wouldn't you do the
and
same with gaming?
For that kind of case, why are they playing the Fortnite? Why are they playing it so much? So because there is a lot of things that you can discuss. The parents can ask and find out and find the like common platform. And hey, that is the thing that we in School of Gaming do. That's the main thing. We don't just teach because many people think that okay, we teach kids how to play on the controller and how to move forward. Yes, there is also that. But the main thing that we teach times and times again are the parents. How to understand what the kids say when they say sus or something like that. What do the kids speak? So we teach for the kids. We teach words, how to describe what did you do. I just bombed everything and looted all the shit from her bag. What? And parents
My
try to
coaching
understand
business is gonna
what
get good,
what
so.
what
Oh, you don't know? Oh no. That is fantastic. I'm definitely going to forward, kind of similar to with the previous talk we had from Silent Games on healthcare games. I'm definitely wanting to forward this to my colleagues at the Pori City Hospital where I work. I think there is a big gap between, especially, I mean, I can't speak that much for other healthcare professionals, but I think physiotherapists are a little bit more against games than other professionals because most
Same
of
thing.
us
Do they
are.
understand the games? They see only the numbers and the business, and we see only the thing that is on the media. But because understanding games needs playing the games. Only the people who have grown with the games can like understand the like what's behind the meaning of what did the gaming company mean. Because
Yes.
these things are not thought. The company doesn't want to tell you that stop gaming on the right time, go to sleep. They want you to just swallow and use the game at all the costs. But it's a hobby that is there. We cannot like riff it off. We have to live with it somehow, and understanding that there is already like there is also good stuff, a lot of good stuff.
Yes, and I think the
Yeah.
parents, like some parents, have no knowledge of the subject, and they're put in a very difficult position because of that. They
Yes.
obviously want the best for their
Yes.
kid, but they don't have the information to make the educated decisions about like how what their child should like experience and what not. And then some people like err on the side of like being too controlling and not allowing things that should be
Yeah.
like that are part of the modern society in
Yeah.
this way, that like what people
Yeah.
children should experience. And on the other hand, there are some parents who are like too permissive and then just like fully allow their child to do whatever on the internet, which is I don't think is a good idea
Yes.
by any
Throwing
means.
out, same thing as throwing the kids out and giving the backpack and say go to school, which is 10 kilometers that way. And
Yeah, it's like a throwing in the swimming pool. He'll be
yes,
fine. Like
yes, yeah,
so yeah, it can be dangerous, but I think like educating the parents is a big priority, because
yes.
I also feel for the parents, like unless they are like grown up in the gaming culture in a way, it's very difficult for them to understand like what is it all about.
Yeah.
Because the only way to learn is to
Yeah.
do, and it's really good that you guys are doing this. So yeah, I
The
think it's
best
a really
thing
good
will
thing.
be that the gaming companies understand their responsibility to also share the information for those, like for parents.
Yeah.
Many companies do know that, but yeah, it's not in the heart of company to explain that
yeah.
they don't.
Yeah,
use this
it's
too
true.
much.
The ethical side is like
Yes.
mostly ignored, and only when there's litigation is there any action.
Yes.
So, for example, the gambling or like the micro
Yeah.
transactions for children, like
Microtransactions.
only when we go to court, then only then any changes become. And up until then, it's only like this. Only the only responsibility of like companies is to make money, and then whatever happens. But yeah, it's really good to have some focus on, because otherwise nothing will change. So I think this is really good.
And I think this ties up really nicely in the next talk that we're going to have. It's going to be with Victoria from My Games and also Pori, who we recently talked about the changes that are coming currently to the market in China, that they are going really strong at basically forbidding kids from playing games. Because the gacha games mechanics have gotten so bad that they need to take very drastic measures. So that would be an interesting topic to cover a bit later on, and maybe we can also get together in the future and have a small web talk with possibly Cyan Games, you guys, and My Games, and just talk about how is going to be the future for children being actively participating in games, because obviously we don't want kids not to play games. It is part of the culture. It is a positive thing. So how do we make it so that kids can keep playing games and learn from games, but also be as safe as possible from all the negative gamification mechanics that are out there? And of course, industry responsibility, it starts from action. So what can we do to help with that? But plenty of ideas. I should take notes, maybe. But thank you so much. That was fantastic. Shame that we didn't get more people for the workshop and that it didn't work out quite as planned. But I think the presentation was fantastic, and you can share it in the general chat, and then we make sure to pass it forward to as many people as we can. As well as the stream will be recorded, so that is also something that
You can
No,
comment on
no
the stream
panic.
because
No panic. It's okay.
Yes, thank you very much. It was
Thank you
really
so
cool to see.
much. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the program as well. And like I
Yes.
mentioned, next on the list will be Victoria from My Games, who is going to talk to us about how My Games helps games made in Finland to be published on the Chinese market, and what are the current updates from it, as well as the challenges that may have been happening based on those changes for kids and gaming. So thank you, and stay tuned for more.
Oh, that looks nice. Feels weird.
Hello. So we're back here live at the Sataidu Nakkilas auditorium. Here with me are my co-host and then our guest Victoria Konovalova from My Games. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. I'm Victoria, and I am a marketing manager in My Games. So today I will tell you a little bit about what My Games does, how we do our work, and what kind of professionals are needed in our industry. And if there are any more questions about everything about gaming and what My Games does, I'm very open to answer anything I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
So please send your questions, comments to the Discord channel, and then we will read them out as they come. Cool.
Great. So shall I begin?
Yes,
then?
please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what My Games does, it helps different game development studios to publish their games in China. And why specifically China and not any other market? Because China is a little bit underestimated. Even though the market is a little bit closed, it can impress you with lots of users. Over 800 millions of mobile phone users and over 600 millions of people playing mobile games. So what we do, we help leading mobile game publishers to top their potential in China. Our team is a Finnish-Chinese team, which has developers and basically management personnel in it, and we operate fully in China because you have to have a local partner in order to publish the games in China, and we strive to build a world-class service team with a perfect customer experience. Our partners are one of the best companies in the world. I want to notice here that not only game development studios are our partners, but also app developers such as Swerve, who also start to grow their expertise and potential in China market, since local Chinese developers are not maybe that experienced, or they need a Western intake in some of the services. So yeah, some of the games that we have published already are Cut the Rope, Hill Climb Racing, Drive Ahead, and Merge Dragons. So why Chinese game market is so big and so popular right now? Since it's one of the largest gaming markets, it's also constantly growing, and it's also one of the hardest gaming markets to enter because of its regulation, because of absence of Western services that could help you to publish your game there, and also the distribution is a little bit complicated. So what we do, we help with all the mess and processes that seems to be so complicated on the outside, but we make it simple for you. And how we do it is basically we developed My SDK, which integrates in your game and realizes your game in China. It helps you to comply with all the legal requirements, with all the local operations. We provide our servers and everything, while our customers are left to do what they do the best, is develop their content, live ops, and user acquisition, though we also have UA services as well. I think some of our listeners might be interested in how we operate on the terms of employment, and this is what we usually tell people. Not usually, but I mean it's what we currently have to offer. 4 offices around the world, 2 in Finland, 2 in China, and flexible working hours, compensations, and no micromanagement, which is quite a new thing. I think that has been ongoing because our team has to be very self-independent, easily to get controlled and being able to manage the tasks well and on time. And here are recent open positions. Maybe some of you already have qualifications to maybe join our team, or if you're just looking of what is needed nowadays in the market, this is a good example. I would note here that, for example, first position, Python backend developer, we have been searching for this professional for a very long time, and I would notice that despite what kind of positions you see that are available in the industry, what is important is not the name of the position, but the skill set that is needed. For example, even if you don't operate in Python language, you might be a perfect backend developer, so language comes later, but you have to have a strong skill set to offer to the industry. Also, if you speak any other languages like Chinese, that's always a plus. So thank you, and we can come to discussion of whatever we would like to.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Was a very nice presentation.
Yeah, that was brief, but I think if there are anything else I can tell more about, I'm happy to tell.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll pass the mic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, why don't you tell us the story of how you got to work with My Games, because that ties up very nicely Pori ES and the first Pixels event and gaming and My Games and hosting and marketing and all of that. So why don't you tell us the story?
Yeah, that's a very interesting one, I think, because it's a story of getting the opportunity where you don't expect to get it. And last Pixels event took place also in spring last year. And we had a complication, so in Pori, who was initially organizing the event and kind of invented it, there was no host. There was no one to sit in front of the computer to talk to the speakers, to ask the questions, and to just help people to go through the event. So I happened to have the time for that. And one of the speakers at the last event was CEO of My Games, Mikael Lenninen. And right after his presentation, he sent me a message on LinkedIn. Hey, I liked how we talked. Let's see how you can be useful for My Games and what kind of work you do in Pori. So my work in Pori as a marketing manager got me to the event organization, to the event hosting, and as a result to marketing manager at one of the leading companies in the industry.
So a little bit of a self-promo. If you would like to have similar experiences and opportunities, feel free to join Pori at pories.fi. Any skill set works, any kind of interest works. You don't have to be an entrepreneur or a student of entrepreneurship to be interested in joining Pori Entrepreneurship Society, and you never know the opportunities that might come to you. So it is free and you get a lot of value for it. So feel free to reach out. You can find all of us through all the social medias, LinkedIn, Facebook, primarily.
Instagram, Pinterest, anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
So reach out.
Yeah.
We are there.
And most importantly, that no matter if you even don't have any skills, it's a place where you can develop the skills that you want to get. And we have various positions, various tasks, various events where you can find yourself being useful in, so it's never a problem. Yeah.
Yes. My question kind of leads from the previous presentation we had with the School of Gaming and Alexi. He talked a lot about how complicated it is to have the dynamics between kids, games, the parents, and would you tell us how it has been the publishing process for, since a lot of games are targeted at kids, and now China is really trying to limit the amount of time that kids spend playing games for improving their overall health-being. So can you tell us a bit more about whether there has been struggles with that? What would potential developers who are looking towards China, what would they take into consideration? And also, how do you see the? Well, this is getting kind of like 4 questions in one.
Yeah.
But let's go for the first one.
Yeah.
That what is the current situation with game publishing in China?
Well, current situation is that China has its own regulations and its own regulation government kind of uh, not a service but separate government functioning organ that gives the approval on the games, and it goes through a strict process of checking the game, of checking all the documentations and lots of bureaucracy. So that's why in my games we tell that if you try to enter China, you have to have a 5-year plan. So if you don't set long-term goals, you're not gonna succeed. So it's not a quick sprint; it's a long marathon that you have to come over. And what China government does about the games. Of course, they try to protect their children, and since the China is that the country with a strong cultural background, and the family means a lot for them, they try to bring the kids more into families, like engage in the family activities and other stuff. And the games have been seen as something that takes the kids away from the family. That's why they implemented later lots of restrictions on the amount of the hours that the kids can play, and there is a strict content consideration what the games can have and can't. And yeah, so what if you want to enter Chinese market? What first of all you have to consider what your game is about, how it potentially affects children, and what is the benefit for the children. Because if you have something strong, some strong motivator behind it, it's much easier to promote it even there and show the value to the people in China. And coming back to the previous workshop with Alexei, there was a question about why parents see the games being so unbeneficial for the children. What we have recently discussed with my colleagues literally last week is that I think there are so many games in Western world that are unethical. They promote gambling, they have unethical game structure, game design that is slightly violent, and those kind of games ruin the reputation of games based on learning, aimed for the development of the children. And there is a point in Chinese restrictions on the games that maybe Western world could recall and adapt those regulations that could help build healthy gaming world, and especially for children. Yeah.
Well, that's a really nice answer. Like I was gonna ask about the regulations, and because it's a very like notoriously difficult market to get into,
Yeah.
and it's really good, like almost like necessary for there to be a company that kind of specializes in at least consulting on how to break through that barrier. Because
Yeah.
especially like understanding the culture is very different. It's not the same at all as publishing a game in the Western world. The values are different, the rules are different, the legislation is different, and the marketplaces are very different. So could you tell us some examples on what are the concrete differences on what we think intuitively based on publishing and content compared to the Chinese market and legislation?
Well, sure. Let's take an example of any kind of game. I don't know what, for example, do you like to play? Let's take any game that's of your favorite. Let's take, I know Violet likes Diablo.
Let's
Oh,
go with
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, let's go with Diablo, even though it's not a mobile game, it's a computer game. But
Well, it's gonna be a mobile game.
yeah, it's gonna be a mobile game, and I don't want to ruin any reputation of any games in here because I'm not the expert to judge. Yeah, but for example, Diablo game is it has their horns, a lot of blood, a lot of like guts in there, which is not nice. So that kind of content of a game would not pass the regulations. For example, nudity, any characters that have any like body parts excessively exposed or anything like that. That also would not pass. And there is a long list of the features that cannot exist in the games, or they have to be replaced. And what is good if you have a really nice game that attracts a lot of customers in Western world is that adapt Chinese culture in it and slightly redesigning it helps the game to boost in China market, keeping the same game mechanics, which is usually is essential of any game. And what differs, for example, us from other companies that help publishing games in China is that we provide a full support to our customers on what can be in games and what can't. And also we never take the rights of the game to be published in China, because that's usually the case. What scares a lot of Western game developers, that you have to provide the rights to the game and all the edits that has to be done to the publisher, which is not so it is legal thing, but it's not something that any developer or owner of the game would like to do. So we never take that, and we just give our technology to be put into the game in order to be placed on the platforms in China, which is SDK.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful answer. Yeah. Wow, I'm like speechless. Take over for me, please.
Thank you. And I do think that there are good steps in terms of protecting children from getting too exposed to let's say unwanted content and potentially emotionally or morally damaging content. I think that is a good step, and as well as the government trying to take care of the family dynamics and that kids spend more time doing other things as well. I think to many that might sound like a very drastic step in terms of like really with an iron hand, okay, now it's banned or now it's forbidden. But there are again differences between the Western market and the Asian market, and how intensely people play games in those markets, and the general online behavior that there is a very good reason why this is the measure that it has gotten to. Like it wouldn't get this strict if it wasn't that bad already. So I think they are good measures in a right direction, and it is definitely interesting how they can really go through the games for education, who do good for kids and they help learning, and how those mechanics can be incorporated within the education system and the game development that is done. Let's see if we got a question here.
Yeah, about also like iron hand on the regulations. In my honest opinion, I think it's usually it's easier to start from the point of permitting things than slowly restricting them, because of course there are always the ways to go around all the restrictions, which is currently going on, that the kids are using, like for example, IDs of their parents and of their grandparents and else to be able to play games, but it's also affected economically the country quite much, and recent news that has been in the industry is that Chinese Politburo told openly that we are ready to open the market for more Western game developers, but it has to come like slower and from the benefit to the country, from increasing the GDP and from a lot of like financial and economical issues that gaming can bring into the country. So maybe looking at the situation not from the point of complete like restrictions and judging it right away, it's good to analyze what it can bring to the country. So yeah.
Thank you. That actually brings up the question I had in my mind. Like, do you have any examples of like famous Western games that have like very ported really well and naturally into the Chinese market? Do you have any examples?
Currently, I can't think of any, but for example, sorry. Yeah, Angry Birds was one of those. I was just thinking about, for example, our customers. But yeah, Angry Birds has entered it quite nicely, and they showed very good interest in the country, um, as well as they changed it into like Chinese, like not only the language but also releasing some different themes. And around the Chinese New Year, there was like nice in like adjustments to the games, and as well as most other games strive to that. So for that natural, very nice looking for Chinese people games than for example for Western people. And one of those is also hill climb racing that also has been rocking there lately. And yeah, there are like usually the games that are hits in Western market are or can also potentially become hits in Chinese market. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And for those of you who would like to maybe start a company or would like to try at organizing something like that, our next workshop will be by Maitri from Pori ES, who will talk to you about the difference between being an entrepreneur versus being a freelancer and what are the pros and cons between those. Um, I think that is especially useful as a lot of game developers, designers, marketing staff can work as freelancers and work on different projects. So that should definitely be something to look forward to. And thank you so much once again for
Thank you.
joining us.
Thank you.
And we will take a small break and then we'll come back to you with another workshop. So see you then.
And we are back in our live stream. Hello to all the viewers. And joining us today, can you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Hi, I'm Maitri Palicha. I've been an entrepreneur, or should I say, I've always had an entrepreneur bug in me all my life. I've always thought of unique ways, and I've also had experiences of being a freelancer. So we are here to have a small introduction, a brief introduction of what entrepreneurship and what is freelancing, based on which you can decide what is the best stream for you to go ahead for.
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
So should we go to the slide? So this is just a basic introduction of entrepreneurship and freelancing. So the first set of questions that always come to you is, what does it take to start your main journey of freelancing and entrepreneur? Is that, do you always have a business idea, or do you have some idea where you would love to offer some kind of services? Or what does your product or service offer solution for? Because that is the main thing. If it does not offer any kind of solution for the problem, then it doesn't make sense for it to go forward as a business model or a freelancing project. And how unique is your idea? Like, why should your clientele or people come to you for that particular product or the services? And why not to the other competitors in the same field? And the main part is, have you ever understood the market that you want to go on to? Why haven't you understood the market, or what have you understood from the market? That also plays the huge factor on the same. And why should people come to you for the service? Like mentioned earlier, like if it's not unique, if it is not something that people feel that is the answer to the problem, why would they want to ever come to you for that? And the main part is, do you know how to kickstart it, or what is the price competition that always comes? Like, it's supposed to be that your service should be as competitive or lesser priced than your competitors if you want to succeed in the start, but at the same time you should not degrade your service or your product. It should be that valued where you are happy as a person to do that same thing. So these are the main questions that always come in the start. I've always had the habit of being the entrepreneur or the freelancer, is that I always think that if this idea does not work in the correct period of time, I always write some ideas down and I leave them in a book, which is called the book of thoughts or ideas, that I always carry with me. But running to the latest current technologies, I have a folder on my phone or my iPad saying that this is my book of thoughts, and when the era comes when I think, okay, this is the right time, that's when I start putting. So that is something that you can always think about if you feel that you are not ready to take that leap, but if you want to take a chance on all these things. The most basic thing, let's start with what is entrepreneurship. There's this very famous author and writer called Seth Godin. He's very famous. His definition of entrepreneurship has always sat well with me. So I have put up that same thing in the slide. Setting up your own business while taking high risk, even financially, is a path towards entrepreneurship, and the person who takes up that path is called an entrepreneur. And the main goal of entrepreneurship is to create a business model that will generate money for a longer time through a wider platform, a stable working platform. Unless and until you do not have a stable working platform, you will never be able to succeed stability in your business in any way. So we've got some pros and cons for being an entrepreneur. You can control what you work on. As an entrepreneur, and in the path of having your own business, you can say that this is the line that my business should work on, and this isn't. This is what I will offer, and this is something that I will never offer. So you have that control in your hand, which is a little different with freelancing when we come to that particular part of slide. The second con is you get paid over and over again. You have to take time out to stabilize that business. Any business will take about 3 to 4.5 years to stabilize and start generating proper profitable revenue. So the first few years of your business is the most crucial time, where you stabilize it, make it steady, so that tomorrow if you're off on a holiday for a week or for a month, you don't have to worry. An entrepreneur, even when they're sleeping, they're generating money. that's what it takes in the initial period. The con is that you have to spend all that extra time, that effort, because it is you as a leader who's taking that effort to be something in the world. Unless and until you do not do that, you cannot have that point. And yes, it definitely takes time to earn money, your investments to come back, your time consumption, everything takes a lot of time to come back. So maybe say after 3.5 years you start generating all sorts of money for you to come back onto that. So there are pros and cons. And being an entrepreneur, just remember one thing: it is you as a leader who is taking your company ahead. So you have to always understand what you want to do. How does your company want to work, or how does anybody want to ever work? So that is the main thing. So till that does not happen, you can never be a successful entrepreneur. Taking that leap is a challenge, is a risk, and the main part is that you're so connected to that project or that business that slightest things that happen to it does affect you as a person. But then the biggest challenges, when they're overcome, gives you that much of happiness in the beginning. So that's what entrepreneurship is. Freelancing, again, Seth Godin has the best, like I mentioned, definition. So his freelancing definition is also very good, where freelance is a term that is commonly used for people who are self-employed, work for multiple companies at a time. So freelancing is basically you offering your skill. You are not setting up a business. There have been many mistakes, and again in Seth Godin's articles, many a times he has always mentioned that being a freelancer and an entrepreneur is different. Freelancers offer a service. They work for multiple companies on multiple projects, and they offer only that much. Being a freelancer is different from entrepreneurship in a different ways, where you do not have to manage a business. So you are a leader for your skill, for everything, but you are not someone on whom you have employees relying for your money, for a salary or for a daily income. But again, a person working on their own terms, taking up projects, is called a freelancer. And the goal is to improvise your quality of work and to increase the demand for your skill, so that the best of best clientele come to you and your hourly wages go up in the same. Pros and cons of being a freelancer. So pros is you can only focus on one thing. Like I said, the main skill, that is what you are focusing on, and that is the best part. And you can start immediately if you feel that this particular service is something that is good as an entrepreneur, but I'm not sure. You can start as a trial period in freelancing, start offering people, understand what the review comes, sorry, how do people like it, and how they're responding to that particular service or product. The cons is you don't control what you work on. Yes, that is a point, because as a freelancer, when a company approaches you, there are certain things that you would love to work on, but then there are certain things that, I don't like it and I don't want to do it. But you do not have that choice, because you're a freelancer at the end of the day. It's a part of your work. And yes, you get paid only once for one particular project. It is not a stable income when it keeps, saying that this particular skill was used for certain project. That project is done, you're paid for that time and it's done. So whenever that project starts generating money, you don't get paid for that every single time. So that's the difference between both. And like in the previous workshops and talks that we heard, like the skills of a game developer is much more enhanced. So working as a freelancer is a way to start up your entire thing. But when you start selling games, that's what an entrepreneur does. So as a company, you are setting it up for it to sell out, not for it to be just used one time and left. Minecraft, a very old game, a book, many books have come out, many novels have come out on the same. But that was developed by a entrepreneur as a game, and was created by freelancers as the software for it to be played. So that's how it completely started off, and that's how it has always been.
So would you say that it's a nice stepping stone to, let's say you're interested in being an entrepreneur, so would like try out freelancing, see how it goes,
Yes.
and from there jump into entrepreneurship?
Yes, I would definitely recommend that. Only reason is because you get to go out and try, give your skill a try, saying, okay, this skill is mine. Am I good at it or not? And if I'm not good, what should I do to enhance my skills further? Shall I learn more skills, or should I just let it be however it is? But once you're an entrepreneur, you're all in, and you should not be an entrepreneur till you are not ready to commit that amount of time, energy, and every single thing to it. Because at the end of the day, when your dream or your passion project falls, it is going to be a little bit painful, and it will be like, how do I say, a prick to your ego and your mindset.
I think a practical example for that would be all the Kickstarter projects that never get to happen. And unfortunately, gaming industry is one of those that has quite frequently failure to deliver, or then the delivery is not quite what was promised. Mostly because people completely underestimated in their plan how much effort that is going to take, how much resources that would take to maintain a team of freelancers or a team of workers that can deliver the project that you want to deliver with the quality that you have promised, and within the given time frame, within the funds that you have. And unfortunately, we see the failed Kickstarter projects more often than in any other
Successful
business.
ones.
Yeah,
Yes.
in any other industry. I think the gaming one is quite easy to get started. A lot of passionate people get involved, and a lot of good products get started. However, it either needs for someone bigger to kind of fish them out, and I think Riot Games have been trying to do that, basically buying out Kickstarter projects and publishing them on the Epic Store, and helping them that way. But I think that is something that someone should really keep in mind. Like, are you ready to commit, and do you have essentially enough funding to commit? Because that is at the core of everything.
Yes, that was a great point, and the sad truth is that the vast majority of new game companies go bankrupt in the first 2 years of their operation. So it's a sad statistic, and the average revenue of Steam games that are independently published, it's like $4,000 in the like top 50%. And of course it rises up and up, so to be like a successful game company, you have to be in the top 4th or like the 5th to earn proper money. And of course the top 1% on average earns $7 million. So it's very stiff, the competition, but the pot can be really high. So it's high risk, high reward. And one big problem that many new companies have is that they don't have enough capital. So they have this like trusted friend group who is willing to work on the game as long as it takes, and that's good. But then they have no money for marketing, and that means that they might be able to generate a good game and publish it, yes, but without the marketing funding it will never break through, because the market is very saturated. It has a lot of high quality games, and there's so many games being published that it's bound to drown in the many good games that are published every day.
True.
It's like exploded. Like, it's never been as easy to publish a game. You basically have to pay 100 euros to Steam and go through the process, and you're done. You can publish your game. There's no green light or other stuff like that anymore. It's like direct. So it's a massive challenge that I don't think is being talked about enough, about like have the budgeting for the marketing, because that's what you need. Of course, if the goal is just to make a game, then that's fine. But if you're planning to make a project and get some money out of it, build a business, like be an entrepreneur, you need to have, like, a good rule is like 50-50 for development and marketing, like the budget.
You need to have enough funds, and to be honest, Finland has been the best place to start up any kind of businesses in the European Union, because it's got the free expansion and working trade rules over here. And for freelancers, there are so many Kickstarter companies over here in Finland majorly, is that freelancers also get an opportunity to, make their skills valid for these companies. Another thing that I would like to add to the previous point that was mentioned by both of you was many a times freelancers, they get a little bit greedier side. They say, oh, I will do this, and I have a friend who can, add some effects from behind. I have another friend who can, give me some nice sound and things like that. But what happens with that is that when you're doing that, you're not just doing something that an entrepreneur is supposed to be doing, but you're also degrading your working skill. Only reason is because it's not your job to do that kind of a connection. If that was the case, form a company or form a small freelancing company and start that work. As a freelancer, start enhancing your skill, start showing your skill outside, because that work speaks more higher volumes compared to you trying to manage things that are way out of your hand. Many a times I've heard from so many people, from many NGOs who are trying to get into the entrepreneur line or the freelancing line. I have a friend who will do this for me, I have someone who will do that for me, and I have somebody who will do all these things for me. And my only question is, how does that help you or your skill? You're a freelancer, right? The company has hired you. If the company wants something, they will hire another freelancer and you both can connect and work. But do not take up that much of work on you where you start affecting your quality of work. It becomes very difficult for you to get your name back, for you to get that kind of reputation back once it goes down the drain.
I would also add that it can completely degrade the service that you offer and your name as a freelancer, because yes, you might have a friend who is very good at what they do, but they might not be the best of workers. So if it turns out that you make a bad connection, that will affect your name as well, because you made that connection happen. And you might be good friends, but that doesn't mean that you will be good colleagues. So there is a very, very fine line that needs to be walked when it comes to recommending others. Maybe add that for a future conversation, but you get hired for what work you do, not for your network necessarily.
Yeah.
That was a really good point. Like, one of the quickest ways to lose friends is to involve money, and it's like, be careful about like mixing. Like, sometimes a business relation is a business relation, and being friends is friends. Like, sometimes it goes well, but sometimes it's dangerous. So be careful about that.
Yes. And I think that what makes it an easier path for you to understand if you're a freelancer or an entrepreneur, start with freelancing. Understand what you're good at. Do you like the skill that you're working, or do you like managing teams? It depends on that, and then start taking it forward. But if you're taking the path of being an entrepreneur, be aware and be assured the first many years of your company, you are setting it up. You cannot say that you are somebody who has done everything in the span of 1 year. Challenges come every day, and you facing those challenges every day makes it a little bit more experienced than yesterday. So it's you who has to decide, and nobody can come and decide for you what you want to do at the end of the day. So before we end, this is like the brief summary to understand which one suits you better when it comes to being an entrepreneur or a freelancing, what path you want to take at the end of the day. It's just a basic table of both pros and cons mixed together of what brief comparison you can come up to, where income generation and entrepreneurship takes time, but then it's stable after a point. But for freelancing, it's paid only for the first service that you do. You focus on all extra things with running a business. You might not have the knowledge of maybe being a marketer or being an accountant or maybe being an R&D specialist, but at the end of the day, you are the one who takes those decisions. So a little bit of knowledge in all these fields also help you understand what you're doing, how you're doing, or what your team is doing and what it's not. But whereas freelancers, they only provide one service and they are known for that particular service, so they are good for that. For control, you determine as an entrepreneur what you want to work, but for freelancers, yes, there is a control up to a certain point, but beyond that point, the control is all lost from your hand. And recurring income, again, something you get keep paying over, and it's a sustainable, steady business life. And you start trading time for money, and you get paid once as a freelancer. So that's how it is when it comes to being a freelancer and entrepreneur.
And it can be really demanding because for a freelancer you have to compete with the best.
Yes, and you have to meet deadlines. That's the main thing. For a business, you can shift your deadline, say, by a day, but for a freelancer, till you do not have enough valid reason, you should always meet your deadlines. If not, your name as a person, oh, if I hire this person for this particular skill set, I need to give him a deadline or her a deadline so many days in advance so that I meet my deadline, which becomes like a bad name for you.
Yes, and it might be difficult. So let's say you build your freelancing career, say for whatever reason you have to take like a 1 year break or 2 years break. It can be very, very difficult to get back to where you were.
True. And the same thing can be done when you're an entrepreneur, where you can take a break after its stability, but not before that.
Yes.
If you take a break before it is stable and generating any kind of income, you are putting all your hard work into the drain, and you're asking yourself to start again. So you have to add the additional years that you've already lost in the past.
Let's entertain the idea that we can look at it from both angles, as a freelancer and as an entrepreneur. Let's say you are a freelancer who found a project and it turns out that you don't quite agree with the project, or it turns into something that you don't like to do or you don't want to do. What are your options to get out of that?
As a freelancer, if I've taken up any projects, I will first of all try my best to complete it on time or whatever. If I like it or I don't like it, that thought should come way before you take up that project. Once you've committed to your work, you have to take it up. You can't say that, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, I want to leave. Because when you do that, that's just the first hit that you're giving to your reputation. So the bestest way to get out of it is do not give your suggestions if you like it or not. If you think this is the right project for you, take it up, do it, finish it, and then say, I think for the future, certain projects like these, I will not want to do.
And let's entertain the same idea. What happens if you're an entrepreneur? Of course, it takes a while to establish a company. If you don't have enough skill sets, you start bringing other people on board that maybe cover those skill sets, whether it's an accountant, whether it's a marketeer, or a developer of some sort. But 3-5 years is a very long time. What happens if an entrepreneur falls out of love with their own company? What are your options?
First of all, as an entrepreneur, I would not start my business with just one product or service. It would be various products and services. Say for the start, I have 5 products and 2 services, at the least. And out of those 5 and 2, if I know a particular product is going very well in its line and the rest are not, I would focus into that line, and I will try my best to ensure that further in that same line, I try to enhance the product. So that way I can start understanding what I like, what I don't like. And if I fall out of love, well, I'll try to find a different thing that I'll start loving in the same business and the same field. But folding a business is very difficult, very, very heartbreaking at the end of the day, because it was your passion or is your passion at one point. So doing that would be a problem. But again, you need to know that if you're going to close it, you have to give it time to fold itself, leave the market, and then not come back for a while, and after that you can restart yourself. But getting out of it is, yes, 3 to 5 years is a very, very long time, but in that 3 years you understand the market, what is being loved, the things that are not happening or not working very well. You need to stop those entire services and products so that the ones that are being loved, you can focus on those and enhance it further.
That is a really nice advice. I think nowadays there is so much focus on the hustle culture and serial entrepreneurs that there is almost a pressure to all the time start new businesses and sell them and start something else and sell it, and various advices of focus on all the different industries that you possibly can. But then if it takes 3 to 5 years to get to know an industry, how would you know that if you keep starting businesses in different areas that you don't know anything about? So I think it is really good to properly understand how much it takes to start up a business and what it takes to close it or potentially sell it forward if you get a good offer. Of course, that is probably easier than folding it.
Yes.
But it still requires that deep understanding if you want for the business to be successful or for the idea to grow in the future, that you need to have that understanding of the industry that you focus on. And ideally you want to focus within your own strengths and the things that you love and you understand already, because that gives you the edge in front of other people who may be from another industry trying to grasp at a piece of the cake within that industry.
True, but if you feel like this is a skill, or this is, for example, a game. I've developed a game. It's really nice. It's fun. It's quirky. I'm unable to give it enough time, funds, marketing, or anything for it to be a success. But then there's a company that's ready to buy it from me. I will definitely let go of it, because at the end of the day, my hard work is out there, even though if it's not with my name. But it's better than it not folding and just lying on some dead shelf saying that, oh, one of the dead games, things like that. So that is a very better option compared to the other option for me.
That's a great point about like having the heart is very important, but also having the brains to know when to cut your losses. Like when you know it's not happening. Okay, what's the next best thing?
Yeah.
Like instead of like complete failure where you lose everything, like is there some sort of ameliorating option, like option B, like okay, selling it or some other option? So that's very good thing to keep in mind. Great point.
And the main part is that when you are an entrepreneur, always remember this: there are people relying on you for their daily salaries or their monthly salaries. So tomorrow when you get up and you say, oh, I'm going to shut my business, it does not work that way. You need to give them enough time to find another space for their skills to come out, or else just ensure that they are also in the same loop as what you are.
Yes. So how are we looking for time?
We're still looking good on time. Any final advice to those who are getting more influenced by the hustle culture, and especially we spoke a bit earlier with Yanni about the crunch culture in games, that there is a lot of pressure on workers to get things done as fast as possible, compromising personal life, compromising health, and that is nowadays very praised on social media, that being busy is a good thing. What would you be advising people? And of course, anyone can come to Pori if you want any more in detail coaching about that or how to deal with it. But now, in short, what would you advise people how to find sustainability without crunching, without basically burning out in the process?
Always ensure whatever you're doing is with passion. If you're not passionate about the particular thing that you're doing, do not do it then, till you do not start it up. And secondly is that even if you've started the hustle, you've started the crunching period or whatever, give yourself enough time to get out of it, detox. If I'm a game developer or a gamer, close it for a while, detox from the screen, enjoy the normal natural beauty of outside world, and then come back. You'll start loving the passion more, and you'll start loving your project more.
Yeah, that kind of balance is super important. Like if there's too much time, like the nose is on the grindstone, you lose perspective, and you need to take some distance, see the big picture, and then go back in. Like I think that's something I think we all forget at some point.
Yeah, and the main part is that you have to enjoy what you're doing. Till you do not enjoy, do not start it up, do not do it, because that's going to be your passion or your hobby for the next 10 days, and the 11th day you're going to stop the entire thing and you'll be like, Now
Yeah.
what do I do?
Yeah,
so
it's
do
like
not do that.
yeah, it's like a prison of your own making. Like,
True.
and like, I have to stay here because I've like. Then it becomes the sunken costs. Like I have
True.
to finish this, even though it's like not something you really wanted in the first place. You just loved the idea of like a fantasy of
And
what it would be, but it's
if
not
you
the reality.
feel that there's a certain thing that it's gonna work superbly, but right now is not the time, it's fine. Write it down, understand what you're writing, and then just leave it aside. Come back after maybe say 4 or 5 months, go through that idea. You think now is the time, start it, try it as whatever you want to start it with, and then take it forward from there.
Yes.
So that brings us really nicely into the next talk that we're going to have is by Games Factory Talents, which works on connecting passion and talent. So thank you
That's
so
amazing.
much for the presentation. If
Thank
any
you.
of you is interested in more on that topic, you can always hit us up at any social media at Pori ES. Maitri is working with us, so you can ask your questions, you can get mentoring and all the good stuff. So we'll take a small break now and see you in a bit.
international studios to come over and grow their operations here in Finland. Maybe you know there's a Business Finland. Before that, it used to be called FinPro. And yeah, after that, I got that brilliant idea and I started the company with focus on the game shop fairs and basically talent acquisition for the Finnish game studios. And happy to say that today we also basically help companies from across the Nordics to get talents to work in the games industry. And what we as a company do is that we do direct recruitments. Basically, when the companies come to us and with the very specific skills or people, they'll if they're looking for talents with the specific skills or even like a game genre platforms and like very specific and hard to find, then we basically help them find these talents. Super big project that we do is the game shop fairs. We do this 2 times a year, actually in April and October. So we have just wrapped up a big event last week of April, and the next one is going to come in the beginning of at the end of October. So I'm very much encouraging basically everyone who wants to get started in the games industry to attend it. At the April event, we hosted 39 studios from Europe, Nordics, actually, not only like Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, and the UK. And then one project that we are developing is the anonymous talent board. It's still in the development. It's growing like steadily. So basically, we also have a platform that where we want to take that recruitment to from a different angle. I would say, in a way that there you can publish your anonymous profile, get a call with our talent acquisition team, get to know you, and basically your profile is there on the talent board anonymously. So this way the studios, actually the studios from Finland use it. They go and check the talents that are interested about the career opportunities, and then they can request to see these full profiles of these candidates, and then the candidate basically sorry, the candidate basically decide whether he or she wants to share like a profile. It's like anonymous talent board, because we thought that there's a lot of job boards, and it's time for a little innovation from Finland and some change. So basically, that's what we do in a nutshell. And of course, we have a lot of juniors. We're a team of 6, really strong. Yeah, I'm surrounded by these beautiful ladies, so I'm probably like a lucky guy. We all work remotely, but here from Finland, so we also get to meet each other once in a while. But basically, everyone learned to work remotely, which is like fantastic. In terms of like our specialities and what we do is that it's a program in engineering for sure. This has been like a huge demand, and being a developer myself in the past, so this has been flattering to now to help some talented game developers basically from all over the world to get started. Art and animation for sure. QA design is in the demand, especially I would say like design and game design, data analytics, UA and marketing, production, audio and sound. So basically all the aspects that there are, or kind of specialities that there are in the games industry, we cover as a company. So the focus is on the games industry, but of course within the games industry there's so many aspects and so many different like skills that are required. A few words. So this is a short pitch how we work. Basically, since we're a talent acquisition agency, we're looking at this recruitment process from a different perspective, and I'm sure all of us, all of you and myself have been in these situations when you look for a job and then you send applications to the companies and you never hear anything back from them. So we want to actually change that approach. Basically, we work with the leading game studios, but at the same time, we demand from the studios to give us the feedback for any of the candidates that we work. And basically, it's a good employer branding in a way that you respond, you give the feedback to the candidates. So that's one thing we are trying to do. Sometimes it's hard, but we are trying to give everyone if possible, some guidance, advice, what comes to your like resume, and what comes to if you decide to relocate from abroad and things like that. And more importantly, I think the straightforward feedback. So you need to, of course, take time to apply for any of the job, but we also believe that if you as a talent have spent time on sending your application, working on your resume, you demand or kind of you deserve you deserve to get like a feedback if it doesn't work and things like that. So that's what we're trying to change. Yeah, we help sometimes look at the resumes and especially at the portfolios, and for that reason we have a community manager based in Tampere actually, who runs that Discord server where we actually get the art directors and hiring managers from the studios, and then there's a lot of people who are asking for the feedback about the portfolios and the resumes. So this is kind of also growing. So in a way, if you want to get some tips from us or the peers, I encourage you to also just go, take a look at on the Discord and join the server. Yeah, and basically this allows us to have a good, we call it like a candidate experience, meaning that if you work with us or want to reach out to the companies through us, we'll at least give you the feedback, some tips. And I think that with us, I think maybe the candidate experience is better because, of course, you can go and apply to the studios directly, and we also encourage talents to do it. Some things I thought to talk more about Finland, since we're recruiting and stay in that talent market. What we've seen, of course, interestingly enough, we've seen the amount of the open positions in Finland, it's on the rise. There's like over 500 jobs, right? But still, it's hard to find the job. Maybe for some of you, but yeah, the industry is growing, and the industry really needs more talents. That's why we have that Discord where we try to help talents also to work on their portfolios, and I will talk more a little bit about my recommendations for the juniors, so to say. But there's enough jobs so for everyone. So there's a job like for you if you want to get started in the Finnish games industry. You just need to take a little bit of a courage, and then of course like looking for a job is a job of itself. So in a way you just have to do it like systematically. But if you are kind of motivated to join the industry here in Finland, you are gonna do it. Like there's not nothing is gonna stop you, and there's more positions open than ever before in a small in the industry. Like there's only about 3,006 to 700 people all together working in the games industry. So it's very small, and with the 500 jobs. Um, yeah, of course, the companies that are looking to hire the talents, they are looking for maybe seniors and middles. So of course, as a hiring manager or recruiting studio, you are looking for somebody who can come and do the job. So I think that is something that we also encourage companies to reconsider, is that of course if you hire the juniors, you need to provide them like enough mentoring and basically spend time on educating them. But at the same time, of course, they all want the seniors and middles. But I think it's also kind of changing a little bit like a trend. Talents today move faster. Sorry, can you hear me? Because there's a background noise coming. Okay. Uh, so, all right. Yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah. Then talents today, what we've seen is that they move between the companies faster than ever before. So basically, they don't stay with the company for 6 or 5 years. So I would say that mediana is somewhere between 2 and 3 years. So it's kind of changing. So basically, companies need to be prepared to recruit all the time and train the talents as well, because for sure, like the people will leave. And of course, I mean, COVID has a huge impact on the industry in many ways, but I think more now looking back at this couple of years, it's more in a positive way. So of course, the challenges we've seen was to how studios were onboarding the talents, especially juniors during the COVID. That I think was a big problem because when people were working remotely, it's of course if you hire somebody senior for the role, he or she knows what to do, so you don't need that much of a guidance. But for the juniors, I think that was like a really pain in the ass in a way that you need to spend time with the juniors and kind of teach them and educate them. But hopefully it's changing. So we've seen all the companies we've been working on with actually going back to the office. So I think that challenge is going to fade away a little bit. Then from talent perspective, if there are any of you who wants to join the industry, I listed here the skills that I feel are in the most demand in Finland. So basically, if you haven't yet decided who you want to be, but you just decided that you want to join the games industry, so of course, like if you're a programmer in the mobile game development space with the C++ or C Sharp, there's a lot of opportunities, so it's not going to be a problem. Same for the gameplay programmers with Unreal Engine. I would actually encourage you to look at it. And backend development has been seeked a lot always. So I would say that in the programming and engineering space, I think even the juniors, I don't believe there will be that there many problems to get started. As long as you can master C++, Unreal Engine, or C Sharp and Unity, then there's plenty of opportunities. UA and marketing, so definitely user marketing in the games industry, it has its own like aspect to it. So I would say that user acquisition is somebody who's maybe not that of a marketer or talker, but somebody who works with the different ad cabinets and can look at the analytics and the acquisition metrics and be very proficient with the Excel and understanding all these ROIs and things like that. So it's somebody who's much more technical than just the traditional marketing person. But that's also like, I think it's super high in demand. There's not enough UA marketers. Yeah, and companies are looking for this stack all the time. And then, of course, in the art and animation, so character, environment arts, animators, and technical artists. So basically, if you are somewhere there in between, you can also master the graphical parts and a little bit of the development. It's growing a lot, maybe with the studios that are bigger. That they're looking for these technical artists, so somebody in between the art and the technical, somebody who could get the assets into the engine and make sure that everything runs smoothly and works. So it's a big there on demand. And then of course game design, level design. I think that's also kind of where we've seen like a lot of like new requests coming in. Basically, this is how we work, or I would say, like, what is this typical recruitment process in Finland? So I try to outline it in that way. Is that like recruitment process in a way how we work and also how we like succeed, because our job is to make sure that the candidate lands to the job. This is when we get paid by the studios. But basically, yeah, we look for the candidates all the time. We have a lot of open roles also on our job board, so please don't hesitate, go check out it after my presentation. And then we receive the applications directly to the positions. We screen them through together with the recruitment team, and like then we usually take a first initial interview just to understand who you are, what are your skills, experience level, salary expectations, and things like that. And then if it matches with what our customers briefed us about, we send your portfolio or resume for a studio to review, and we demand the studios to give us the feedback within 3 days. So that what maybe sets us a little bit apart from the traditional recruitment directly to the studio, where you may send the application and don't hear back. Then usually the companies screen through the profiles and then take you to the step number 6, where we help you to basically go for the first round of the interview. What happens next is that because everyone is today talking more about the cultural fit, right? But it's also like your personality and does it fit the working environment? Are you gonna like gonna do they feel that you are gonna be like a great asset? So you're not you're gonna create the value rather than the disturbance. So in that way, um, there's a good after the first interview. Usually you talk to a somebody from the HR or talent acquisition team, and then if everything goes fine, and then usually, typically today, and I think this was more during the COVID, is that you get like a test assignment to complete. Typically, it's been like a week to complete, so I would say it should take you 5 to 7 hours of work to focus on it, and then within the week, you should be able to deliver it. Then usually. The tech lead or the art lead, depending on the roles, they review the technical assignment, and if it goes fine, then usually there's an interview with the team where you get to meet your colleagues, talk to them, understand how it kind of basically goes, and then after that, that's a job offer, and then you decide whether you want to take it or not take it. So I thought that today there will be probably more people interested from the juniors' perspective on how to get started. That's why um, I want to talk about from the recruitment perspective, what are the things that are going to help you land that first job. And today I'm voting my both hands for the LinkedIn and portfolio. So I feel that less and less resumes are becoming less important. I feel that we're moving to this digital phase where everything is online. So keep your profile both on LinkedIn and your portfolio up to date. That's super important. As a recruiters, this is the first thing that we are looking for because and there especially what we look for, of course, if you have the skills mentioned on your LinkedIn or your portfolio in GitHub, ArtStation, Behance, like whatever basically you use, but keep it up to date. So and populate it in a way that you have your school projects, right? You've been maybe participating in some jams, or you have your hobby project that you are developing. That's super important to keep it listed. So in a way that and at the same time, think about it. I mean, LinkedIn or that portfolio whole thing, it just takes time in the beginning to get it created and set it up to date, and then it's gonna live there like basically forever. So it's a good opportunity that you'll just will be adding some maybe like art pieces if you're like a designer or developer. GitHub will learn like grow itself. So in a way, so keep it there, keep it fresh. It will take time to do it to complete it once, but at the same time, it's gonna stay there. So it's a kind of like a resume, but you don't really need to update it every time you look for a job. Of course, resume today it also counts, and I think less and less maybe like people use the motivational letters. But if you want to impress the recruiter, that definitely do the motivational letter when you apply to the position. Then, of course, networking, that's super important. I think today more and more people get to meet at the, like what we do is the game show fairs. Typically from these fairs that we've done, we've been receiving many emails from the juniors who got started with their internships. So that's always like flattering and great to see that people did join it. It's primarily online, basically what we host, and a lot of juniors, of course, we accept, but you have to go through the registration process there for sure. IGDA, I mean, Finland, it's like I think one of the most successful chapters there are. So I'm quite sure that you're familiar with that. So go there, I mean, meet their people, discuss what they do, what kind of things they are looking for, what kind of talents, and then, of course, the game jams. That's the best part of it, is that also the Finnish game jam community is super like vibrant. There's a lot of things are happening. So definitely go to these game jams, because that's how you are gonna build your portfolio. Because just building your portfolio and coming up with like characters or different challenging tasks, I think game jam is a fantastic opportunity to actually learn to work as a team, have a project there, mention that project in your portfolio, but at the same time be sure that you specify what is the part that you have done in that project. Also, if you've been working on some, I don't know, environment or scenes for the art things, it's also super important. Be very precise about the things that you've done, right? So if you develop a project in a develop a game in a during the game jam, just be very specific that okay, I was a game designer, or I balanced the levels, or like I balanced this, or I created these levels, or I developed the UI, or I developed the gameplay and things like that, or I was an artist, so I created all of these characters in the game. Because it's hard, because if you just show somebody the game jam and the game that you've done, you haven't done it all like alone. So be very, very specific about the things that you've done. And then of course, I mean, internships, that's the fastest way. I know that many companies are looking and will be looking like even more and more. The only thing is that be very kind of take a moment to think what kind of value you can bring to the company, right? So don't just send like 100 similar kind of applications to everywhere and then receive like 100 no's kind of a way, right? Try to look at the company, absolutely play their game, mention that you play their game, and then say that okay, I can, maybe my value would be that I'm an artist, I want to get started, so I can create that beautiful character. Or even like take the next step. If you see that the company is hiring for an internship, do something already, like show them, like, I mean, I don't know, draw the character for their game. Be very kind of focused, like if you want to get to that company, because if you do something like that and make your application very specific to this company, and there is a value that you're going to bring, that's much more valuable. It will take time for sure, but sending 100 applications will take time as well, right? So I would say that you rather take that time and make one application that is going to stand out, that the recruiter is going to gonna see. I think that's the best way to basically take it there. And then of course, I mean, there's a lot of new startups now in Finland. I think this gaming industry and startup is just booming. So in a way, there's these startups are less maybe less organized, and they don't have the processes, maybe don't have the HR to recruit, but they need people, they need like extra hands. So in a way, I would say this is more an opportunity to learn rather than to earn, right? So you can join there. I don't think that the startups would ever say no to an extra hands with programming or art or even design, like hands, even if you're a junior. And for you, it's just a great opportunity to see like how it actually, even if it's a startup, to still be part of that like a product development. And that's where you're gonna earn. So that's why I say learn rather than earn in this respect. And then I just wanted to share some useful links, because first of all, I think I put this in the wrong order, but look at the Games Factory Talents YouTube. The reason for it is that during these game shop fairs, what we've done, we've been inviting recruiters from the studios to talk about the what they are looking for in a resume when they decide to hire somebody. So that's going to be very super important for you. Just look, watch the videos, and watch the presentations and the panels. And then, for instance, we also had there the recordings with some very senior studio recruiters who talked about how to prepare yourself for the first interview, right? How to navigate the test assignment. So there's actually a lot of content that's going to help you out with understanding a little bit how the recruiters or the HR people from the company think when they make any like a decisions. Then we have the growing LinkedIn as well, and I couldn't figure out the right, like a nice looking link, but if you type in Games Factory Talents in Discord, you're gonna find that channel. So join there, because there's the competitions going on. There's a lot of feedback sessions, and then usually once a month we try to bring either like an art director or a tech lead to do some interesting talks, as well as to participate in some art challenges and competitions. And then I know that many people from Finland have joined our Spring Game Shop Fair. So if you've been part of it, I would like to thank you with that. But yeah, with that being said, I think I'm done with the presentation and hope there are any questions.
Yes, thank you. We're gonna have a small technical issue being solved right now. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Cool.
Thank you so much. That was so much info coming in, and
Yes, thank you.
like the first thing that comes to mind is that again, with all of the participants today, if you could please share the presentation into the Pixels general channel, so that then we can share it with all students and other people interested in the content. There was so much useful information. I think I've already compiled the questions that came to thought. So just before this presentation, we had a workshop on freelancing versus entrepreneurship. So that tied really nicely into you coming in and showing your journey as a CEO, and that it has taken about 4 years to get to this point.
Oh yeah, business is a marathon, so it's
Can you take the screen share off for a second?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So how do I do it? I think I can stop sharing. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we can have the cameras on the screen as well. There's a lot of screens involved in
Yes.
here.
Yes, we do.
So then the camera goes on from here.
Yeah, I wanted to say that it's like super important and really cool that we have like organizations like yourself, because it's so difficult for young people, students, to get a job in the industry, and anything to make the entry barrier easier is very warmly welcome. So big thank you on behalf of like our school as well for this very
Thanks,
valuable,
thanks.
important work.
Yes. So something you mentioned is that you give a and no response means you didn't get the position, but it gives a lot to wonder. So could you please give an example of in a scenario in which someone sends in an application and it's not quite what you're looking for or what the companies are looking for? How would you go about it? What would people expect? Because it never feels good to be rejected, but you mentioned that you give feedback to people. So could you give an
Yeah.
example what it includes?
I mean, maybe I exaggerated a little bit. We try to give the feedback. So let's say that yeah, we take the moment to look and maybe like interview. But you see, it's always like you can see it right also with the applications, like in a way that you know, if you apply to something and you really want to get a job, oh my god, I want to join that company, and they develop this fantastic game, I played it and I want to be part of it, then you are like in a way you can make that you can make that into, you can at least land that, like I'm sure if you work on your application properly, you're gonna land an interview there with the recruiter from the company, and then he or she is going to give you some feedback. Maybe you're not going to make it. I give you an example. Actually, so I'm again saying that Game Shop Fair YouTube channel, go there and see, because we have there quite many talks, and I give you this story not from my side, but one of the recruiters. I was hosting their panel where I gathered for recruiters from the studios, and we talked about how to land that first interview. So basically, when you send that application, how to get somebody to look at your resume, because we counted that today recruiters in the studios get a lot of applications, so they're gonna look at your application for 5 seconds. So 5 seconds. In that moment, when they look at your resume or a portfolio for 5 seconds, if you put there on the top of your resume or your portfolio things that you go into the gym, running, you've been a physiotherapist, or like you write, like that's it. Maybe you are a perfect candidate for that role, but this information is irrelevant. So I look 5 seconds, I move, and I look 5 seconds to the next one. So this is the moment when you apply for any position. Think about this 5 seconds. So somebody's gonna look at your resume or application for five. So what is it that you want in the 5 seconds to be seen, right? Another example is that there was a big studio in Helsinki hiring, and they have funny characters. Many of them have, right? So I'm not gonna say the studio name. They were looking for a senior character artist, somebody who can do and blah, blah, blah. So they got these applications, and then there was one junior who actually, he didn't send this application. He would not qualify with his skills or experience, but instead he designed that bloody character. That was his application to the job. He got the job. Because I mean that what kind of makes it interesting. And then what we've seen also as the recruiters is that you're a junior, you want to get started, or even you send the same application to everywhere. I'm sure there's like another 500 who have seen this, like same kind of resume, that you like read books, you like to joke, you like to play video games, and this. So it's irrelevant information. So that's, instead of having these resumes, have that resume. So for sure, I say that in the first job, make it one page only. Don't tell me everything what you've been doing, or kind of, and also remove there all the irrelevant information. Try to make it, think about this 5 seconds. So now I'm gonna look at your resume for 5 seconds. What I want to see in the heading, I want to see that you have the skills that the company is looking for, that you match a little bit to that profile. Then I'm gonna spend, so you interest me there on the spot, on the top of your resume. Now you got my interest. So now instead of 5 seconds, I'm gonna look another 5. So now I'm gonna scroll, now I'm gonna read. So that's why don't start, kind of try to kind of impress me that way. And also all these resumes, they are all the same. That's why super important. And we talked about this. So I'm saying this from my experience, but also I wanted this studio recruiters to tell, because they are hiring, right? We're just helping them with some hirings, but we're not hiring for ourselves. We're not developing games, right? We're just developing the talent board, like a recruitment platform. We're not developing games per se. So that's why think about this 5 seconds. It's very easy to think about it. And then for sure, like a portfolio, and then it's a character artist. So I told you this is a real fact story about the junior getting the job over super many seniors who just, I'm so senior, I'm just gonna send my portfolio and that's it. And then the recruiter gets to see like a character and like, oh my God, this is beautiful. I mean, I'm gonna call that guy, and maybe even that they might have not had that junior position, right? But somebody you will remember. There's another story of it wasn't the junior, but also I asked in that talk from the studio recruiters, what applications they remember, because they've been working in the studios for 10 years, recruiting like hundreds and hundreds of people. So in that moment, the candidate did a physical application. I don't remember what she said in that interview that I took with the recruiter, but basically the candidate did the whole like a recording or something like. So he actually in his application he sent it by post. Think about it today. In Finland, by post you only get invoices, right? No. So same like, so he sent his application, I think he draws something or something like that. He didn't get the job, but that recruiter after 10 years, she remembers that application, that somebody actually applied to my job by sending me a post. I asked him for an interview, he didn't qualify, but she remembers. So also try to make it so that they are kind of like remembering you. So that's the way to maybe a little bit try to shine a little bit in that way, because you have the talent. I mean, we all are talented in our own ways, but it's just that maybe the way you present it is not very clear.
That really reminds me of, in a way, of the mobile game industry, because you have to attract the attention like straight away in the first 2, 3, 5 seconds, and from there it like starts again, because the competition is so high. Like everyone wants to make it those so like few spots, but so many applicants. So yeah, it's like any
That's
by
why
hook or by crook.
So just think about this 5 seconds and put yourself into the shoes. Like, do you want to read about somebody's like being so fond of? It's my job now. I'm looking for somebody who can do this art, or can program backend or something like that, right? So that's backend. That's what I want to see in this. That's what's gonna make me look deeper. But if you talk about your running and booking and like stuff, that's it. 5 minutes are gone. I move on to like I look at the next resume. And then, of course, I mean, those candidates that apply to this role and wants to get that role and took the moment to apply, not just that they send this 500 to everywhere, to all these companies, right? Then you can feel it. Then you're also like, how is it you are motivated? Are you really gonna be motivated to give somebody like a feedback if you see that this is just copy paste, and my job is completely different? My job, I'm looking for that character artist, and you just wanna. I have marketing skills, I have all these skills, and it's the tip of it is very simple. Look at the job descriptions, what the company's looking for. You can spot there in the requirement section of each job, they usually put there C# or 3ds Maya or Houdini or something like that. So this goes first. Now you got my attention,
yes.
right? Now you got my like, it's okay. Then I'm gonna look. You might not be selected, but it's already going to be the win. That's why, I mean, I'm just saying this from my perspective, but as I said, we have that recording with the studio recruiters, those that hire to the games companies, where I actually took the moment to interview them, and I wanted there the tips on how to land that first interview, right? So meaning that exactly when you apply, it's not that gonna be the dead end, nobody calls you. But when you apply, you're gonna get to the first interview, because that's the moment, right? Whether you have the skills, that is a totally different thing. But it's still good to get to the first interview, because that's the step number one, right? You can't jump to the job without that first step.
Yes.
I think that was really nice that you mentioned when a junior got a senior position, and that is something that I've always told people, that the typical requirement for job positions is like, yes, we want someone with a 3 to 5 year experience in the industry, and that usually discourages a lot of people from even applying to the job, because they immediately think, well, I'm not qualified for that, when in fact they do have the skills, and they might in fact have better skills than someone who has already been working 5 years in the industry. And it doesn't hurt to just send an application, and if the company needs a worker, they will consider who is the best candidate, even if they don't necessarily fulfill the 3 to 5 year experience. And also kind of going towards the interview thing, you mentioned that you give 3 days time frame to call back for companies, and I also think that is exceptionally important to mention that, as someone who has been to job interviews and then going through the process of waiting, did I get it, did I not get it, what is happening, I found that in the end, like before actually getting a couple of job positions, that it is a lot better to tell, if you're not going through a company, that it's a lot better to tell the company that, hey, could you get back to me within a week, because I do actually have other options, and I would prefer your company, if that is the case, of course, and I would prefer your company, but I would also need to be let known if I'm not the candidate for you, so I could also get my second choice, or something along those lines. And it gives a little bit of pressure to the company that they might lose you as a candidate. So in some cases that might strike a little bit of a fear of missing out mechanic in someone's decision making. But it also gives you the opportunity that I'm gonna wait 1 week for this one, and I'm not gonna wait anymore. If they don't get back to me, then I didn't get the job, and I could start calling someone else, for example. So it doesn't waste your own time as a candidate, because it's a really bad position to be in, like looking for a job and waiting. So I think that the 3 days time frame is it's brilliant for companies to call back on. You also mentioned a long list of skills that are very needed in the Finnish market. Also, kind of tying up to the previous workshop we had on freelancing versus entrepreneurship. A lot of people working within the game development industry are in fact freelancers. So, what is your opinion? Do companies actually want more freelancer than contract workers? And what would your advice be to someone who is looking to maybe start working within the game development industry, and they're not sure whether they want to start a freelancing career or whether they should be looking for contract work?
I mean, if you're a junior, look for a contract work. If you're a senior, yeah, do the freelancing, then it maybe gives you a little bit more time. You can like plan it yourself. That would be my subjective advice, right? So I'm not saying that this is like a true, but think about it. If you're a junior, your task is to learn, right? To be like a master of the skills and understand how certain things like work, how long it's like taking to develop something or draw something and things like that. So I would say that if you're a junior and want to jump to the freelancing, I think I wouldn't go that way, right? Because rather focus on get a job, work in the industry for some time, right? To understand what that you can deliver a couple of titles, right? Successful titles, have them on your like a resume or like a portfolio. Then you can go for it. Then for sure, I mean, if you're a senior, we've seen some many fantastic seniors design like artists or whatever. I mean, anyone, UAs and things like that, who like who are super maybe specific. You know, they understand their like hard skills. That hey, I'm just that bloody lightning artist, but I'm the best of the best, right? So there's no one else like me who can do the best like lightning. So I can afford to sit at home. I don't want to commute or anything like that. So companies come to me because I've done the super cool titles. So for sure, now you're like, you can be that freelancer. But if you just don't know where to get started, so I wouldn't go that way. I think you first have to go and learn and deliver these games, because you will understand the whole like a process. It's a cool games and everything, but you know how much things are there like behind. You get to learn with the producers, you get to work like with the team, with the deadlines and things like that. So I would say that, yeah. And today, I mean, kind of we all work like remotely. So in a way, I mean, and it's getting more and more like used to it, right? We know people here who are super seniors, and then they're actually based in Finland. They don't want to move, but they work for the US companies. But just because they are very, very good at a very, very small thing that they do, they are best of the best in that particular area. So then, and you know, their salaries are just like, you don't want to know it kind of, but they earn a lot. But before that, I mean, they have like 5 titles that's been like a top sellers, right, on their resume. So that's like a freelancer who can say that, you know what, I don't want to go to the office, I don't want to move to US or I want to. So then you kind of get to decide. But before that, there's gonna take quite a few years before you kind of understand that yourself. So my advice, subjective. So I'm not saying that like don't do it or no. You want to do it. I'm maybe wrong. So this world shows that you're never gonna be like right. But in a way, if I think about it, I would, especially for the starters, first go and kind of learn a lot and work a lot and polish your skills and understand, because the thing is that interesting thing is always we have that talent board that I told you about, and also when we do these events, talents need to apply. So they actually, we have the whole like games industry skills, like a tree that we develop as recruiters. So talents need to go and specify. So we have their seniority level, then we have skills and specialities, and there we set the limit to specialities to 4 or 3 or 5 sometimes, and then there's a bunch of skills, and you can see when seniors apply, they select I am a backend and full stack developer, and my skills is Java and like few things in there, right? Like maybe SQL and this. That's it. 4 things. So, and he is a senior, and his salary is super high, and he's the one in demand. And when you see the juniors when they apply, right? There's like a bunch of, there's like 20 skills. I can do Java, C#, C++, I can do everything. And that's very much seen in it. And that already proves that you know a little bit of everything, but you don't really know exactly what your skills, what you are very good at. But while learning, while working in the company, then you will understand that, hey, look, I am actually a very good C++ developer, and the hack with the rest of it. So I'm just gonna be a very good C++ developer, and I will learn a few more like skills around it, and I will be always like in demand. Or I am just like now this, like I'm an artist, I'm just a 3D artist, but there's so many like artists in there, so you don't know your specialty, right? And we've seen that, yeah, some people then after working for some time, they start to understand, you know what, I am just a lightning artist. So, and my skills is just these 3 or 4 things that I mastered, but I mastered them so well that there's nobody else you're gonna find who is very, very like specific to this skill. But you can't learn it by like not working in a team, not going through this whole development cycle of the first game to kind of to understand it and also learn, and for yourself to say that, hey, I'm just so super, I'm just the best like a character artist, and I can just master these 5 skills. That's it. But that's enough. And when of course you're a junior, you know everything, you have 20 skills, you can do everything. So that's I see this every time we do this event, because we usually get like 3,500 applications, out of which we usually take, now at this event we hosted 2,216 talents. So that means that I look through I look through about 3,000 applications. So, and I can see it immediately.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of 5-second glances.
Yeah. There I spent that 5 seconds. Or
and like it's not even
3.
possible if there's like like thousands of applications. You cannot give minutes of your time per one, because that's just not feasible. You'd be there for weeks shuffling through the papers.
And you kind of answered also my following question. That would have been tips on what is a good resume content, the know-it-all type, but master of none, or the really tight specialist. And you answered that wonderfully, that full respect to all the lightning specialists out there. I personally always gravitate towards a lightning skill-based character. It draws me in, so I have full respect for lightning experts, and I think that is also a really good thing, that really
then
polish what you're good at.
Watch, because we hosted this event, and unfortunately we haven't yet just had time to process these videos. Actually, if there are any video editors, freelancers here on the stream, get in touch with me immediately. I have a job for you, like a freelancing job. But there was one session where I invited 4 art directors from Inna Games, from King, from Mainframe, and Fingersoft. So 4 art directors, and we looked at 7 portfolios, and there was one portfolio which was Lightning, and he got a lot of feedback. And that's kind of, so this recording is actually coming there also to YouTube. So if there are artists in there, you have to go and watch that, because I think that's a unique recording. We looked there at the 7 portfolios. We got like 300 portfolios, people from artists from all over the world who wanted their portfolios to be seen by the art directors from these studios. like super cool and growing studios. And there was one lightning artist.
Thank you
wasn't
so
very good.
much. I will be looking forward to it just for the pleasure of watching some epic lightnings, because that is always amazing. And thank you so much for the presentation and for all the tips and the opportunities to students. And we would definitely be sharing that with all the students who can't be present. This is also recorded, so everything will be shared with those who miss out on the content, if that's okay with you. And we talked earlier that we could give the Discord link to the students, and they could join your Discord, as well as the challenges that are coming up. I think it was really good to mention the IGDA we had earlier today. Nico, who was also from Scion Games, so he introduced Scion Games and kind of gave an update on what is up with IGDA, what are they doing this year. And I think it's a wonderful community. It is partially why this event is even happening, that we all kind of met through IGDA events and just decided that let's do something about it and raise more awareness and give some tips to the people who might want to get into the industry. So that is fantastic. Thank you so much. We have following a demo clinic and kind of an after party in here. So we are physically in Nakkila in Sataido. So we will be following up with some Pixels After Dark after party and some pizzas. So thank you for joining us. Hopefully next year you can join us live in on location, because we will definitely be doing the event again.
Yes.
Cool, fantastic. Thank you for having me. Hopefully
Thank
this
you very
was
much.
useful.
And
Yeah, as promised, I'll shoot you then straight away the presentation. Feel free to, and the link to the Discord. Yeah.
Yes, and if you have any additional material, please feel free to share it in the Discord channel, and I'll share it to my students. And
I'll share then maybe like that YouTube channel in a way that I said we just haven't had time to properly like work on it. But what it already has, as I said, there's an interview on how to land that first interview. Because like I can give my tips, but I thought it's much more valuable where the real studio recruiters come on board. Then, as I said, we've done this like creative portfolio reviews, and then also we did like art competition by the 3 studios there as well. Actually, the winners and the participants of that art competition are there also like on Discord, so I can just shoot you the links and the presentations.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's like massively important for students to get themselves out there. Like talent is one thing, but how to break through is almost, if not as important or even more important, like to be seen and to get that job that they want to in the industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And
thank you.
To all the people joining us, or maybe if you didn't get to participate during the whole event, everything will be recorded on our YouTube stream. Check us out on Discord, and we'll be off for some pizzas now. So thank you, and see you next year. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.